I'm ready. If we can get a mic. Is the mic live? Good morning. Mic's on? We're good. All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the third and final day of the AVC's 22nd annual conference. It's hard to believe we've been doing this long. I'm Tim Holbert. I'm the Senior Vice President and Executive Director of the AVC, and a warm welcome to everybody for being here today. We've got a great lineup today, and so I really hope everybody, obviously particularly all the students that are with us here, can take a few minutes to really soak in and appreciate the stories from across your history that are going to be here speaking today. It's really a special gathering, and we're honored to have them and you with us. And also, when you have this opportunity during a break, please make sure to check out the Doolittle Raiders famed goblets that are sitting outside. That's such a huge piece of American military history over the past 75 years. And having those with us here at the Archives is really special today. We had such a great relationship with the Doolittle Raiders over the years, and obviously just lost the last, Colonel Dick Cole, who was with us at this event every year on this stage until his passing earlier this year at 103. And so we really miss him this year, and this whole weekend is really dedicated to his memory. So without further ado, I'm going to get out of here and turn it over to our MC for the day, Mr. Craig Horn, who will get us going and introduce the first panel. Craig?
It's been a wild and woolly couple of days. A lot of history packed into a very short period of time. So I want to begin today, as I did yesterday, with a quote. But in introduction to that quote, I want to ask, anyone in here not see Saving Private Ryan? Anyone not see it? That's kind of what I figured. For those of us that have served, and particularly for those of us that have faced combat, that opening scene is something that you'll never forget, ever. I hope you never forget it. But the scene most important to me actually came later in the movie. Tom Hanks, laying on the rubble, called over Private Ryan. And he asked him to kneel down. And he said to him two words: earn this. Any victory worth winning must be deserved. And as victories are increased in scale, so must be our exertions. Deserve victory, Winston Churchill said. We shall not win through the evils in our enemy. We shall win through the merit in ourselves. Deserve victory. And let that be the touchstone of every thought, word, and deed. Frankly, I think about that pretty much every day. Am I living up to my own expectations, let alone the expectations of others? Today we're going to hear from people that deserved victory and earned it. Yesterday and the day before, we heard from a lot of people that fought on the ground. We're going to hear this morning from some incredible legends that fought in the air. So it is truly my pleasure to introduce Mr. Jerry Burton. Jerry is the past president of the Tuskegee Airmen Association East Coast Chapter, former Air Force veteran himself. So with that, we'll begin today's program with Mr. Jerry Burton.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. It is my honor to be in the room again with the original Tuskegee Airmen and a second POW in the room, another fighter pilot from World War II. So you're going to have a special treat of gentlemen that a lot of people, one, don't even know still are around. So without further ado, I want to make sure that you have enough time to see them all. So Lieutenant Colonel James Harvey III. Colonel Harvey, a fighter pilot of 3 wars. Next, we're going to have Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Jefferson. Colonel Jefferson, combat pilot, POW. Colonel Joseph Petersburg. Colonel Petersburg has a special designation with his name as well. Call him Ace. He did 49 missions before becoming a POW. And then somehow escaped and evaded and flew with the Russian army. Incredible stuff. So with that, let's give them all a round of applause, and then we're going to dig into this. So we'll start on the end. Colonel Harvey. Colonel Harvey has a special hat on. I like to see it because a lot of people think of Tom Cruise when they see the hat. The unfortunate part is Tom Cruise wasn't the first. Colonel Harvey is a part of a Top Gun squadron, a group that went to Nellis Field, took their airplanes, took their maintenance group, and became Top Gun, the first Top Gun of record for the U.S. Air Force.
Right.
Colonel Harvey, if you want to tell us a little bit about yourself, what do you want to know? What do you want the people to know about your service and about your time flying combat airplanes and then becoming a Top Gun?
Oh, boy.
I know it's a long list.
I never made any model aircraft or anything like that. Never did anything as far as aircraft goes. I lived in a small town in northeastern Pennsylvania called New Angola Station. So you can imagine how big that is. Anyway, I was standing in my front yard one day and I saw this flight of P-40s fly over. They're in formation. And I said I'd like to do that. And that was it. So I got into the military. I was drafted. I tried to enlist really in the Army Air Corps in January of '43. And they said they weren't taking enlistments at that time. That was the height of the war. The reason they said that is they didn't want me in the Army Air Corps. So I was drafted in March of '43. So I went to Fort Meade, Maryland, took my written exam, a physical, had a uniform issued, and went to Jefferson Barracks, Missouri for basic training. Finished my basic training at Jefferson Barracks, Missouri, and based on my score that I had on my written test, they put me in the Army Air Corps. Army Air Corps Engineers, and they sent me to Fort Belvoir, Virginia. And at Fort Belvoir, my mission was to go into the jungle, doze out an area, and build airfield. So I was part of the engineer battalion. And we used to go out and practice every day, and I said, no, this isn't for me. So I applied for cadet training. And there were 10 of us, 9 whites and myself. 2 of us passed. And from there, went to Biloxi, Mississippi for 30 days of basic training, more basic training. And finished there and went to Tuskegee, and the rest is history.
That's pretty good stuff.
Thank you.
A lot of times you do things and you start off not realizing how far you're going to go. Colonel Alexander, I see Colonel Alexander is another one of those that did some things that a lot of people wouldn't expect. I know when he started, he didn't figure he would write his own book. And I see the book sitting here, and the title, Red Tail Captured, Red Tail Free. So to go to the red tail free part, I want to ask you first, where did you come from? What squadron did you fly in?
Right.
And then, can you tell us the day you remember that you said, I'm a POW, but I'm going to be okay?
Okay. All right. Guys and gals, I've got 5 minutes to talk about something that takes me 2 hours. Yeah. Let's start out real quick. Alexander Jefferson, born in Detroit, Michigan. I went to Clark College in Atlanta, Georgia. The war is going on. I graduated in 1942. I stayed with Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor on what date? Anybody? What date? Okay. The United States Congress made, let's see, I got to do this shortly, God damn it. Congress developed the 99th Squadron. They allowed blacks to fly, and they said, we started in 1941. I graduated in 42. Now the war is going on. The draft is about to get me. So rather than get drafted, I went down and volunteered for this new Air Force that was just developed. I graduated in January 42. And I flew combat with the 301st, oh hell, let me say the 332nd Fighter Group, made up of blacks, all self-contained, first of all, and I flew combat with the 301st Fighter Squadron, commanded by General, at that time, Colonel B.O. Davis. We'll get back to that. I flew combat, had 19 missions, escorting the B-17s from Italy up into Germany. We flew top cover. We had one mission, number 19, strafing. Go in, trying to knock out radar stations on the coast of southern France. I got hit. The damn thing came up through the floor. I had to bail out. I bailed out in southern France, occupied by the Germans at that time, and spent 9 months as a POW in half-time in Poland and then in Germany. Liberated in 1945, liberated and came back to the United States, spent the rest of the time in the Air Force. So you can tell, I put all my thoughts on paper, and it's all written down. Let's see it from there. I try to make it quick. Hell, I can shove stuff in there, but we don't have time.
That's right.
So I ended up with 9 months, 9.5 months in Germany as a POW. I think it's very significant that there were 32 of us, blacks, and who were POWs in Germany by the end of the war. 32, yeah. And
Wow.
we go from there.
That's incredible.
That's it.
It's incredible. Colonel Peter Burse. It's listening to the other two Tuskegee Airmen. A question came to my mind. First of all, we're going to do the same thing, and I'll go back to Colonel Harvey. But first thing is where you're from. Where did you go through training? Where was your training at? And then tell us a little bit about your time as a POW.
Okay. Well, the time as a POW isn't very long.
Okay.
But anyway, I was born in St. Paul, Minnesota on the 25th of November, 1924. And we moved to Wisconsin, and I did my informative years growing up in the Milwaukee area. I had a vocation to become a priest, and I went to a seminary after grade school, and then I was on my third year of a 12-year trek to priesthood and ordination, and I was coming down the stairs in the gym to play pool on a Sunday morning, and I heard 7th of December, 1941, Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, and I knew at that time I was going to join the service and fight for the country. So I left the seminary, and on my 18th birthday of 1942, I was accepted into the aviation cadet program, and I did my training through the Southeast Air Command, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, that area, and graduated as a second lieutenant, fighter pilot, 19 years old, and went through combat training after that in the P-40s, and accumulated about 150 so hours in a P-40, and was assigned to Europe to the 20th Fighter Group, 55th Fighter Squadron, and they had just converted from P-38s to P-51s, and of course I only had P-40 time, and checked out in the P-51 and got about 20 hours and started flying combat. Flew my first combat mission on the 12th of December, 1944. Then flew 49 subsequent missions, the last of very exciting, most of them, and the last one was the most interesting. Do you want me to continue?
Go ahead and give a...
Okay, and then on the 49th mission, we were putting up, the 8th Air Force was putting about 1,500 bombers on targets in the Berlin, Magdeburg, Brandenburg, Brest, and Oranienburg area. My squadron was escorting some 450 B-17s with about 90 fighter escort to Oranienburg. We entered the Oranienburg area uneventful until the bombers dropped the bombs and we got hit by a swarm of ME-262 turbojets. I was flying high cover, and I observed one of them ME-262 blow up a B-17. I had rolled over and started down full throttle, and came into his 6 o'clock position just about the time he blew up the second B-17. And he rolled over and started down to the deck, and I chased him, and he disappeared into some clouds. I had gotten hits on his left engine. I saw some smoke and a little fire. And I did follow him into the clouds. I said, to heck with it. I saw an airfield that was full of German aircraft. I started strafing it. Any of you who are fighter pilots know you're not supposed to make too many, but I was by myself, 20 years old, and what the heck. So anyway, I made too many passes, and I destroyed at least 5 on the ground, and I set a hangar on fire, and as I was coming out of my last pass, I felt a thud. I was after a ME-200 Condor, the 4-engine aircraft, part of Hitler's fleet. Anyway, I blew that thing up, and as I was coming off, I felt another thud. Got a oil over my windscreen, made it to 10,000 feet, made it back to Magdeburg, losing altitude. I finally had to bail out at 300 feet over Berg, and was captured, immediately interrogated,
Zoo.
and went to POW camp at Luckenwalde after a 5-6 day march through Germany, at which time it was just pandemonium, thousands going east and thousands going, refugees going west, and German army up and down with motorcycles trying to keep some kind of sense to the pandemonium. Anyway, got to Luckenwalde, which was Stalag 3, which was mostly Russian prisoners of war.
That's right.
Spent about 10 days there. Of course, the Russians were near Berlin, and right outside of Berlin, the prison camp, and the Russians are fighting in Berlin, and and the security at the camp is very lax, so I escaped and
You walked away?
walked away and started down the road, and after about 5 or 6 miles, I heard a rumbling, and I hid in the ditch, and here come a tank unit,
Yeah.
and I came out, and fortunately the lieutenant in the Russian tank unit, the lieutenant could speak English, so I communicated with him. He gave me a rifle, said, "Hop on, we're going to Wittenberg." So I fought with the Russian tank unit from Berlin through Jüterbog up to Wittenberg on the Elbe, where I was repatriated by a army patrol that came across the Elbe to meet the Russians.
Right, yeah.
Eventually, got back to Paris and got stabbed and deloused and all that sort of stuff. And started my way home on the last convoy to Europe. Got home, and I'm anxiously waiting to get married my fiancee, Josephine, whom I named my aircraft after, is Josephine. And in the process of doing the paperwork, I had to get my mom's permission to get married because I hadn't turned 21 yet.
Very nice.
That's it.
Very nice.
You were in the northern part of Germany. I was in the southern part. Stalag. I was in Stalag 3, where close to 10,000 American POWs. There was a heck of a lot of us, and didn't have any chance to escape because we were heavily guarded, and it was heck.
Wow.
Okay.
Colonel Harvey?
I heard that Germany's leading ace was in the States in 2013 looking for the pilot that shot him down. Did you make contact by chance?
I didn't hear him. What did you say?
Say your question
Say it
again.
again.
Germany's leading ace was in the States in 2013 looking for the pilot that shot him down. Did you make contact by chance?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
See, I never claimed a 262. I didn't even, well, you know, by the time I got liberated and everything, the war was over, and the heck with it. You know, you didn't worry about that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I did. Got home, got married. So 60 years went by, and finally, through many European researchers, Swedish and Norwegian and German researchers, they came to the conclusion that I was the one that shot down Walter Schuck, who was a top German ace. He had 206 confirmed aerial victories. He had 198 victories on the Izmir, the North Sea area with Russia. Most of his victories there were against the Russians. Then he transitioned into the Me-262 turbojet, and on his first mission, he shot down 3 aircraft. And the first time he was in the 262, And he shot down 3 aircraft. And then he was the one that, in fact, he had, on the 5th of May of 2005, we met in California and became close friends. He was a real gentleman, and we spent the rest of his life and I together doing various shows and stuff. But he tells me that when he went into the clouds, he made a left turn, hoping to avoid me if I tried to follow him. And he said as soon as he started his turn, his left engine disintegrated, and he had to bail out. He bailed out at about 1,000 meters. So, and he sprained both of his legs and ankles when he bailed out. So he was basically out of the war at that time. And whenever he'd always say, "Yeah, my friend Joey saved my life," because if he would have got up again and flown, he felt certainly he would have been killed. And that's the way it was during the end of the war.
You know, awesome. Talking about, I was thinking how fortunate you were to be able to bail out. I had to bail out. I thought about it while you were talking. Out of all my about a year of training at Tuskegee, never had 1 minute on, quote, how to bail out.
What was you bailed out of 51?
Yeah, 51.
Okay.
Our job was
you bailed out of the right side.
Are you kidding?
Nope. I bailed out on the left side.
I'll be damned. Our job was to knock out radar stations on the coast, right on the shores of southern France. Later on, I found out that these radars control the guns around southern France, out the harbor of southern France. Well, it came in at about 50,000. We dove in. I think we indicated about 250 miles an hour. And went right across the top of these radars, great big huge towers with a lot of buildings underneath where the machinery is going on. At about 200 feet, I felt something, so boom. And as I went along, fire came up out of the floor. Darn thing hit the square. And I said to myself, how do I get out this? Boom, 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 boom. Finally decided real quickly, full power, pull up, and I think I may have gotten to about 1,000 feet. At the same time, down on the left side you have a little wheel, and it controlled the flaps back and forth. Pull a little red lever, and the canopy popped off. As I'm going up, less, I got about 1,000 feet. I think 1,000 feet, I don't know. And turned the stick loose, and quite naturally, the nose would drop abruptly. And when it dropped abruptly, bang, I hit that big buckle, and it threw me out. And I remember the tail going by, nice and slow and easy. But they told you, if you bail out, you count 1, 2, 3, then you pull the D-ring, and a parachute will deploy. Well, that guy came out, and I saw the tail go by, and I looked down, bang, I saw trees. I said, oh. But Buffy, you pull the D-ring, and bang, the parachute opened, and I swung down and hit a tree. I said, well, it's fine. Then all of a sudden I heard a voice, real German occupied, quote, Ach so, ja, Leutnant. I said, oh, hell. My 9 months in Germany started right there in southern France for about a week, and with two or three German soldiers escorting me out of Germany. On that same mission, we lost one guy. Joe Gordon was killed. Macon was a prisoner. Daniels was a prisoner. I was a prisoner. And one other guy. We lost 5 men on that one mission. But we later found out it controlled the guns firing off the coast. And maybe it was worth it. One guy is a POW and 3 or 4 guys POWs. Wow. Spent the rest of the time hungry, but as a POW, we existed. I'll leave it there.
Right.
Later on, go into the book where
Very good.
good.
Colonel Harvey, I was going back to you, and you asked the question of the panel, but I want to give you a chance. First of all, we want to know where you're from first. I didn't do that at the original outset. And then two, I'm curious, flying so long with the military, what airplanes were you actually qualified in to fly? Out of all those, throughout those years, what airplanes? So where you from, what airplanes?
Well, like I said before, I'm from a small town in northeastern Pennsylvania called Noongola Station. And we were the only black family out there. And so there wasn't any prejudice whatsoever. I got along fine with everybody. I was the only black in the school, in the high school. We didn't have, the only sports we had were tumbling and basketball. I was the anchorman on the tumbling team, captain of the basketball team. And in my senior year, I was class president and valedictorian. And I was treated just like any other person. And like I said, I didn't get, and when I noticed or was subjected to segregation is when I took the train from 40 Fort, Pennsylvania to Fort Meade, Maryland, and we stopped in Washington, D.C. Mm-hmm. And we had a 2-hour layover on the way to Fort Meade. So I got off the train, went, had breakfast, came back, went to get back in the car that I was in. And he says, no, you ride in the car where Negroes ride. So welcome to the South. And,
Your introduction, in other words, to segregation and discrimination.
yes.
Yeah, I can feel it. Same
So,
thing.
That was my introduction to segregation. But I didn't let it bother me. The way I looked at it, I didn't have a problem. They had the problem.
Yeah.
So I just did what I had to do to accomplish what I had to accomplish. And like I said before, I went to engineering school at Fort Belvoir and didn't care for that. Applied for cadet training and accepted. And then off to Tuskegee I went, like I said before, and the rest is history.
Give us a list of airplanes that you're qualified in.
Oh, aircraft I'm qualified in. Well, in primary, we flew the PT-19. Mm-hmm. It's a Fairchild aircraft, made by Fairchild, low-wing monoplane. And then in basic, we flew the standard BT-13, also known as the Vultee vibrator. Mm-hmm. Then in advanced, the AT-6. Then when we finished advanced training, we got 10 hours in the P-40 at Tuskegee. And I got my 10 hours there, and then from there to Walter Barrow, South Carolina for combat training. And there we were flying the P-40 and later switched to the P-47. And when I finished combat training, that was in April of '45, I had my bags packed and within 1 hour catching the train to go to Norfolk to get on a ship to go over and join the 332nd. And we got a message saying to hold us. The war in Italy was over and they're expecting to wind up the whole European theater, which they did in May. Hitler gave up the following month of May, so I would have been on the high seas. So I didn't make it overseas to join the group. During that time, the Germans had very good intelligence, excellent intelligence. So Hitler knew I was coming. That's why he gave up. And then, like I said, we got P-47s. And then since I didn't go over, I joined the 99th at Godman Field, Kentucky. And they had P-47s. So I flew P-47s up until the time of integration. And that was in June of '49. They broke the 332nd up and scattered us all over the world. And Eddie Drummond and I, another pilot of the 99th, we were assigned to a fighter group in Misawa, Japan. Now, before we departed Lockbourne, our 201 file had been forwarded to the wing commander. And in there was our picture. So the wing commander called all the pilots into the base theater and said, we have these 2 Negro pilots coming in. They'll be assigned to one of the squadrons. Well, the pilots told us this themselves. They said, no way are we going to fly with them. No way. Anyway, Eddie Drummond and I reported into the wing commander. We were talking in his office. And he said, what do you want us to call you? I said, well, I'm a first lieutenant. Eddie Drummond's a second lieutenant. How about Lieutenants Harvey and Drummond? And he said, okay. But then he made a mistake. He said, we have 3 fighter squadrons on the base, 2 P-51 squadrons and an F-80 squadron. Which squadron do you want to go to? Why go backwards? I said F-80. So he put us both in the F-80 squadron. Now, they didn't have any T-33s, which is a trainer version of the F-80, but they had an AT-6. That's what we flew in advance. In the back seat, there's a hood that you can pull up and you can't see out. So what they had us do, they had me get in the back seat, and the pilot up front, which was one of them, they got instructions for taxi and takeoff, and he lined the aircraft up on the runway, and he said, okay, you have it. So I'm in the back seat under the hood. So I apply the throttle, down the runway, pull up the gear, mixture, prop pitch, all that good stuff. Fly around doing the maneuvers he wants me to do, then contact ground control approach, and vector in for a landing, touch down on the runway, then the pilot up front took over. Now, what does that have to do with flying the F-80? Nothing. I think they wanted to see if we could fly, period. And we proved we could. So I checked out in the F-80. So I was combat ready in the F-80. And then after leaving Misawa, Japan, in between leaving Misawa, Japan and going to Victorville, California, I flew missions in Korea. Got 126 in the F-80. Went to Victorville, California, and they had the F-86. So I checked out the F-86 and flew the F-86 A, E, F, and D models. So I was combat ready in that aircraft. So I was combat ready in the F-80, the F-86. Then I checked out in the F-89, and I got 2 missions in that. Then I checked out in the F-94, and I got 1 mission in that. And then I ended up as operations officer of an F-102 squadron, the 71st at Selfridge Air Force Base, Michigan. And that's the F-102 is the big Delta Dart. It's a Delta wing, very fast, goes supersonic on the deck. And people ask me which is my favorite aircraft, and I say the F-102 because fighter pilots like speed, and it would go supersonic on the deck, like I said. And so those are the aircraft I flew. Each of the aircraft, the military aircraft fighters that I flew, I was combat ready in. And I had a good life, excellent life. I enjoyed it, every minute of it.
It's good.
Life is great.
See, the list of legendary airplanes, a lot of people have to now go back and look at the tape and look at the list and pull those pictures up of those airplanes, and you'll see that not all of them performed the same way. You had to have certain skills on certain airplanes, especially the Delta Dart.
Yes.
Like to go fast, but then how you going to slow down? So the one question I'm going to ask, and then we're going to separate, we're going to split this. I'm going to get about 1 or 2 questions from the audience, so those that have it prepared and ready, first of all, you need to speak loud so that we can hear you down here. But while we're getting ready for the young people to ask a question, I want to give you the opportunity, a couple minutes each, to address the young people and let them know, what do you think they are as where you left it? So do you think that you are leaving this legacy of your aviation career in good hands with the young people in the audience? I'm sure there are a lot of prospective pilots in the audience, maybe. There's a lot of uniforms, so they have some interest in military in their future. So I'll allow you to give them a little bit, and then if we can get 1 or 2 from the audience that have a question, then we'll come back to you. So if we'll start with Colonel Peterburst.
Well, no, I think we have set a standard, and it's for a different, of course, era. You guys are in a completely new universe than we lived in, and I've realized that it's very difficult to associate.
Yeah.
Just like I went to the 100th anniversary of my unit last year, and they're flying F-22s. I went into the simulator, and it's just not the fly. We are fly by the seat of your pants generation, and you are in an entirely different. So I'd say but the one thing that I think that whatever your endeavor is, you do your best. You can't do more than the best. You do your best, and you strive to do your best.
Be a
And
nerd.
if you do your best, the rest of it, the promotions and the jobs and that sort of stuff will come in. But that would be my best. Just get an objective and do your best to achieve it.
Excellent.
Become self-actualized. Okay.
Colonel Alexander.
No, sitting here thinking, you guys and gals are just at the peak of where we were. You flew F-86s. Now we're F-22s. I read that new one, the F-35, and completely new world. But there's been a transition from where you were, right on stepping through. I was a teaching, and I was a reserve officer, and I accompanied 4 people through the Air Force Academy, advisor, and the training today is so much advanced, but it's so productive, very productive. We also ask you, do the best you can. Be a nerd. Seriously. Sit on the front seat in class. You ever saw that? Guys walk in, and the first thing they do, they go to the back of the room and sit at the bed. Be a nerd. Sit on the front seat. The teacher is trying to give you this knowledge, transfer this knowledge to you. And if you sit too far back, like me, you can't hear it. Life is so exciting today from what it was 70 years ago. Take advantage of it. Be a nerd. That's my advice.
Outstanding. Had to get a patch
That's
and
right.
put that on there. Colonel Harvey.
I'll let you in on a secret as to why the Tuskegee Airmen were so good. Each one of us wanted to be the best. So if you get all those bests together, you've got quite an organization, which we had. Now, who was the best of all those pilots? It all depends on who's telling the story. Right now, I am.
That's great.
That's perfect. Sir, I see you standing near the microphone. If you could give us your name and your school, and then ask your question.
Hi, sir. I'm Midshipman Hoffman from Miami University. Good morning, gentlemen. Other than trying to be as excellent as possible and try to get the best job you possibly can done, what are some specific qualities or traits that's essential to have for a combat pilot?
Specific qualities or traits that you're going to need to be a fighter or combat fighter pilot. Who wants to take it first? Go ahead, Colonel.
Be a badass.
Exactly, that's true. You're doing it right.
You're gonna, your answer may be a short one, but we have a consensus.
No, seriously.
Yes, sir. Name and school.
Yes, sir. Good morning, gentlemen. Midshipman First Class Dodson, Vanderbilt University. Gentlemen, I was wondering if you could speak on how you were able to overcome the segregation in the military and overcome the many challenges that were placed in front of you, being African Americans in a segregated military in the 1940s.
You do the damn best you can, period, under the circumstance. Segregation was an obstacle. Literally, you had a feeling trying to join the system, trying to join the economic, political system. You felt as though when you walked into a baseball game and you had 2 strikes against you. Many times there's too many things that happened that made you feel as though you were not worthy. Any application you filled in, you felt as though the instructor was putting things in your obstacle. It's fantastic. But you do the best you can under the circumstance. As General Davis, our boss, who went through West Point in 4 years. And during those 4 years, nobody spoke to him officially, trying to get him to quit. But he made it. He was our leader. We had a slogan: failure is not an option. Gentlemen, failure is not an option. And we had that theme all when you take an exam: flying combat, flying period. Failure is not an option. Still today, that's the background.
Right.
Failure is not an option.
Right. We'll go to the mic over here. Your name and school, please.
Hi, sir. Good morning, gentlemen. Midshipman Third Class Stevens, Vanderbilt University. My question is for you, Colonel Perturbis. I was wondering if you could share, as someone who served in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam, if you could share a little bit about your experience of coming home, specifically after Vietnam.
Experience of coming home, and you're directing to?
Colonel Perturbis, sir.
Okay.
I did. I flew combat in Korea. I flew 76 missions in Korea, and Korea was for forgotten war. There was coming home was nothing pro or con against it. It was just a natural job. You got to do over. got my missions done and came home and didn't experience any problems there. And in Vietnam, there was a tremendous, of course, it's a historical fact that all the troops were treated very badly. I was of a senior rank, and it didn't affect me. Although it was around, but I was a career military, so that I really can't relate to that particular question. But in Korea, I had some very interesting experiences there. I'd like to just go into one little mission I had, napalming trenches of troops along a ridge, and we leading the flight. We had a good napalm run, came around, did the rocket run. Of course, we didn't have all this electronically controlled guidance, so you had to keep your aircraft pretty straight and level as you fired your rockets. And I got the small arms up through the wing, through the canopy, and hit by armor plating. And all I saw was the explosion inside the canopy, and I reached up, and the hand's full of blood, so I don't know what's happening as far as how bad I'm wounded. So I make it back to base. My wingman had a radio failure, so I wobbled my wings, brought him in, and we went back to base. We got that back to base. He broke off at first, and he landed, and all the meat wagons and stuff followed him, thinking. Yeah. So I came in, landed nonchalantly, taxied back to my my parking spot, and I was out in the cockpit getting my rooms. My crew chief was up on the wing. I get up, and he just gets startled with the blood. Falls off the wing, almost breaks his leg. But what happened is when the bullet went through, they smashed the canopy, and all the plexiglass went into my face. So I had about 3 or 4 days of them picking glass out of my face, and that was it. And I was flying again. So that got a little of the Korea bit into it. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Colonel Harvey, you have a separate experience as far as the integration or non-integration of the military during your initial World War II time, mostly or in the States. So are there any stories that you can tell as far as being at Lockbourne? Were you a part of any of the integration activities or desegregation activities that went on in Ohio or Indiana or Kentucky for
Well, I think I covered them before.
Okay.
When, at the start of integration in May of 49, June of 49, when I went to Japan, and that was the start of integration, really. That's when they broke the 332nd Fighter Group up and scattered us all over the world. And like I said before, I went to Misawa and was assigned to a squadron there. But during my whole military career, I did not have any problems whatsoever. One thing, I was good. I was the best in the squadron, to put it bluntly. And that's the Tuskegee Airmen. They don't come any better. And we proved it.
In other words, you were the best. That's right. Integration is something that we had to meet and to conquer. You have the attitude, even in civilian life. There's an attitude, I am the best, in class and wherever you are. After the war, integration took over. And during my life in the military and my life in civilian life. Still, I am the best. Everybody says, well, how did you feel? What do you mean, how did I feel? I'm fighting the system, trying to join this country as a human being. And it was tough at certain times, even in the military, segregation. But still, in my experience, I am the best. Somebody said, did you cry? Heck no. I can't cuss like I used to to express myself. Well, I existed, hell.
Right.
Had a good time doing it, too.
There you go.
You better believe it.
So in our few minutes that we have left, I'd like to give you the opportunity to give us, once you left the military, what was your profession? What was your main profession? What did you do as far as, were you doctors, were you lawyers?
I took care of Mama's dear little snotty-nosed brats.
Yeah. Okay.
For 35 years. I was a school teacher. Best thing in the world. I had a ball. I taught elementary science.
Wow.
In other words, why did that airplane stay in the air? What do you mean stall? What happens? The clouds form. To explain these things to a fifth grader, and all of a sudden you look at him and say, oh yeah, bingo. Best feeling in the world. Why? What happens with an airplane? Why does an airplane stall? Real quickly, I can do this in about 2 or 3 minutes. If the shape of the wing is round and comes out kind of like a hump as it goes through the air. The air going on the top of the wing has to go up and it comes down. The air on the bottom of the wing that flies, the wing goes right straight through. It's not affected. But by going up and going down a little bit, it produces a pull, lift. You have to go a certain speed going through the air to make that air go up and come down. Lift. Takeoff speed is about plain ordinary plane airplane, about 90, 95. If it goes below that, 70, you don't get that lift. Why? The airplane stalls. You'd be surprised. Doing the little experiments in a classroom, we have fun producing lift, understanding why that airplane has to go 90 miles an hour or 100 to produce that air going across the top lift. Part of my life was teaching science and saying, to improve these youngsters, to make them with this attitude, I am the best SOB in the world.
Yeah.
Because life is great.
Right.
Life is great. You better enjoy it because nobody else can make you feel the way I feel.
Good. Colonel Harvey, what was your profession? What was your chosen profession once you left the military?
Well, I stayed in the military, and I retired in May of '65. And I had 4 daughters I had to raise, and then I had my wife, of course. So I needed a job. So United was in town interviewing, so I applied for United. And he said, you meet all of our qualifications except one. We have a cutoff of 35. I said, okay. So I retired in Madison, Wisconsin. And at that time, that was the home office for Oscar Mayer. And I interviewed with Oscar Mayer. And this was in May of '65 when I interviewed. And I interviewed for about a week with everybody just shy of Oscar himself. And they said, you're hired. When do you want to go to work? I said, I retire the 31st of May and I'd like a week off. They said, okay, report the 7th of June. So I reported the 7th of June to Oscar Mayer. And at that facility, they had slaughter through the completion of all their products. So my training was slaughter through the end. It was a 3-month program. 1 month into the program, they needed a salesman in northeastern New Jersey. So they sent me there. So I was a salesman for 3 years in northeastern New Jersey. And then I was transferred to Detroit, Michigan as a district manager. And then I was transferred, pardon me, to Philadelphia to the plant as an assistant sales manager. And then during this time at the Philadelphia plant, Oscar Mayer held marketing conferences. And in my position at the plant, I was eligible to attend these marketing conferences. So in '71, we had a marketing conference at Disney World. And Disney World hadn't completely opened yet. The Polynesian Village was open, and that's where we had our conference. So the last day of the conference, I'm sitting in the dining hall by myself in a booth, and the president of Oscar Mayer comes in, and he says, may I join you? And I said yes, and we started talking. And he said we started talking about promotions. He said, we sent a guy to Seattle who was previously in the Western region, and he knew our operation very well, so that's why we sent him up there. The opening in Salt Lake City, we didn't send you there because of the Mormons and the blacks. It just doesn't work. And he said, where would you like to go? I said, well, I'd like to go to Denver, but I know the center manager in Denver doesn't want to leave. That was it. In April of '72, I got a call from headquarters in Madison, Wisconsin, and they said, go to Los Angeles for an interview for a job in Denver. So I went to Los Angeles, passed the interview, and was assigned to Denver. Now, the center manager in Denver was transferred to St. Louis, Missouri. It was a larger distribution center. Anyway, my crew in Denver was 10 salesmen, 2 district managers, 2 secretaries, and 3 cooler people. And I had a cooler facility. And the company would send products in, I'd keep them in my cooler, and we'd fill all orders for the stores and supermarkets out of the cooler. So I was in that job for 7 years, and then I retired from Oscar Mayer, a total of 14 years. Retired in May of 1970. I put in 14 years with them. So I went from flying airplanes to selling wieners. But it was a good job, though.
But he was the same. He was the best.
That's right.
Right.
That's true. Yes.
All right, Colonel Peterburs, if you could give us.
Well, my profession was the military, so when I retired, I spent 36 years, 5 months in active duty, and now I'm 40 years retired.
Wow.
So I was able to beat my active duty retired.
So there's There's our range.
I did, after I got out, I got my master's, and then I did a little piddling, but I didn't want much to interfere with my retirement.
There you go. That's music to my ears, by the way.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Colonel Harvey.
During my whole life, a youngster all the way through until I got married, I was a perfectionist. And there's nothing a perfectionist cannot do. And washing out and flying school, that never entered my mind. And like I said, perfectionists can do everything. And then I got married. I had to put that on hold, and then when my wife passed away, well, I'm back to my old procedures. But I did not have a worry going through flying school. It
Right.
never entered my mind that I was going to wash out.
Okay.
And that's the way I am today. You know, like I said, I went back to my old ways. I can do anything up to a point.
Very nice.
This bothers me.
So, again, we appreciate everyone coming in and taking their time and learning. I encourage you to take the programs back with the names of the gentlemen here, Lieutenant Colonel James Harvey, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Jefferson, and Colonel Joseph Peterburse. Take those names back, Google them, look them up, and learn a lot more than we had time to learn today. But we want to show our appreciation for them coming in and participating in the program.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Colonel Harvey, before you leave, I wanted to let you know you're not the only guy that got out of the Air Force and went to work for Oscar Mayer,
Right.
as did I. In fact, I frequently, when I talk to kids, I frequently tell them I'm probably the only guy you'll ever meet that's actually driven the Wienermobile.
There you go.
No kidding.
And I too worked out of the Philadelphia plant at Grace Ferry Avenue in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. But I was down here in Washington, D.C. for Oscar Mayer back in the 60s. So we crossed paths, and I remember the meeting in Florida in Disney World, which hadn't been finished yet when we were down there. So,
All right.
small world. You just
Yes,
never
it
know.
is.
Thank you all very much, ladies and gentlemen. History on 2 feet.
Okay.
It is indeed a small world. You heard some good advice. I don't think anyone had to already tell you to be a badass. I think some of you probably figured that out a while back. There is no greater joy than to teach, truly, unless it is to do, but that's redundant. And the fact that Colonel Harvey was with Oscar Mayer, I thought I was going to fall off my own chair. I got out of the service in 1969 as a Russian linguist. Who hires Russian linguists? It was the only people that hired Russian linguists were the people I was already working for, and they wanted to put me behind a desk, and I don't do desks. I was selling soap door to door, and a guy hired me right at the door to go to work for Oscar Mayer right here in Washington, D.C., 1969. Amazing how life makes a twist and turn, and you try and connect the dots. It's also interesting along that line to know that pretty much most of you, by far the majority of you, will end up doing something that has not yet been invented. How do you prepare for that? How do you prepare? How does a teacher prepare you? How do you prepare to do something that has not yet been invented? And there's only one way. Learn all you can about all you can. We are indeed, and again, fortunate to see stars today. Lots of them. 4 of them across each shoulder. We are privileged to have General John Allen, United States Marine Corps retired, General Allen, a four-star general, former commander of NATO International Security Assistance Force and U.S. forces in Afghanistan. So it is indeed my great pleasure to introduce to you General John R. Allen, United States Marine Corps.
Didn't have to work at all. I got an ambush in this morning already. Cadet Karen Kim was going to introduce me. I think we've got all the introduction out of the way we need to. It's really an honor to be with you this morning. It's incredibly humbling to come in behind a couple of Tuskegee Airmen, where the training highlight of the morning was the advice, be a badass. I'm not sure how you do better than that. Let me just tell you a little bit about what I want to talk about this morning. We'll go to Q&A as quickly as we can. Sadly, we don't have as much time as I would like to have with this group. We're going to talk about two major points this morning. One is your oath of office. This is a moment where our Constitution is constantly in people's minds. It's an issue that it's being debated, what the intent of our framers was. But there was no doubt about where the Constitution fits in the context of the oath of office of those of you all who will lead our troops in combat. And then the second thing is, speaking about the oath of office, how does that affect and how should it be interpreted with respect to the meaning of your commission? So we're going to talk about that. A little background on my family, since we've been talking about history here. My family has origins in the Army, Navy, and in the Marine Corps. My grandfather was an Army combat engineer who was badly gassed in the First World War on the Western Front. My father enlisted in the Navy in 1939, was assigned to a destroyer which was torpedoed by a German U-boat before World War II started, actually, in October of 1941. He would fight throughout the entire war across the North Atlantic, the Mediterranean, transferred to the Pacific, and would end up at the end of that war anchored just away from the USS Missouri, and would be a witness to the surrender of the Japanese. The Marine Corps side of my family fought in World War I, fought at the battles of Guam and Guadalcanal, fought at the battles of Saipan, Tinian, and Iwo Jima, and Okinawa. I came into service when I was 17, would go into the Naval Academy. For those of you from West Point, that's Brand X. Graduated as an infantryman, spent 38 years as an infantry officer, would serve in Bosnia and in Afghanistan and in Iraq, and then later would, at the request of President Obama, help to organize and then lead the global coalition against the Islamic State. So it's an opportunity this morning when we go to Q&A. I'd be very happy to answer your questions, however you want to frame them, about service in the military, service in combat, what our higher moral obligations are, regardless of the uniform you wear, regardless of the formation you lead, because I think it's extraordinarily important for us to have this conversation. 24 years ago, almost to this day, 3 levels up in this building, I was going through the public gallery with my family. I'd been in command of a Marine Battalion landing team for some period of time. We'd been working up through a special operations program, and we were about to deploy to the Mediterranean, almost certainly going to end up in Bosnia. And my business in particular, beyond commanding the 1,200 Marines of the battalion landing team, was to be the rescue force commander. And the organization that I was leading, that was going to go into the Adriatic to rescue downed pilots flying over Bosnia, was to alternate with the SEAL teams coming out of San Vito in Italy, and we were aboard the USS Wasp. So I brought my family up for the last several days before we would deploy. I'm from this area originally. And 3 levels up, I'm having the opportunity to go through the public gallery. And if you've not been through it, you got to go through it. And I want to tell you why. Because on display there was an original copy of the Constitution. And to that point, over 20 years of my life, from the moment my father swore me in 1971, he'd been an officer in the Navy, as I described. From that moment until the time I put my eyeballs on the original copy of the Constitution, I'd never seen it. But for years I had sworn a sacred oath to support and defend the Constitution. For years, I and my Marines, and I would eventually command joint forces, I and all the services who would arrive in combat in several different theaters, we had sworn an oath to support and defend the Constitution. You know, the United States is not a place, although we can find ourselves on a map. It's not about a piece of fabric, although we do salute a flag. It's not about a person, although we acknowledge leaders, key leaders, both in our history and in the present day. The United States is about a set of ideas, principles as enshrined in the Constitution of the United States. And our framers intended that the sacred dimension of the Constitution define us as a people and define us as a nation. And for that reason, from almost the very earliest moments of the Republic, our military, unique in the world, and I've commanded a 50-nation coalition in Afghanistan, and I led a 65-nation coalition against the Islamic State. I know what I'm talking about. We are unique in the world in that we owe our ultimate loyalty, those of you in uniform, and I spent a little time in that garb, our loyalty is to the principles of the Constitution, our humanity, commitment to human rights, freedom of speech, the Bill of Rights, which enshrine human rights across the board. Now, when you entered your program, you swore an oath. When you graduate and receive your commission, you'll swear an oath. As you're promoted each time, you'll swear that oath over and over and over again, and you're going to administer that oath over and over and over again. So I want to take a minute and talk about it this morning. Because right now the Constitution is being tested and pulled and twisted in a whole bunch of ways in the public domain. But the reality is, of course, it is what the fundamental principles of our republic rest upon at any given moment. So when you swear that oath the day you graduate, you're going to be asked to raise your right hand. You'll probably be asked by the person who's administering the oath, are you prepared to swear this oath before God? That's your choice. That's one of the great things about America. And you can swear it before God, or you can affirm it based on your own personal predilections. But it goes something like this. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely, an obligation. Nobody's making you do this. You take this obligation freely, without mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you are about to enter. So help you God. Now, they're not kidding when they ask you to swear this oath. And I see some commissioned officers who've been spending some time in uniform. Those of you who served in combat, those of you who've seen the ramp ceremonies, whether it's in Iraq or in Afghanistan, you know that the awful reality of what we do, unique in the society of the United States as officers of our military services, the awful reality of what we do in the world as the leading proponent of democracy and the community of nations, is that the outcome of our duties may be the sacrifice of our lives and the sacrifice of those we lead. So as you think about this, and I really beg you to think about your oath of office, take a moment and study the words. Take a moment and think about the origins. Why did the framers, why in their brilliance, did they place the United States military's loyalty in the end to our Constitution? It was to preserve the rights of our citizens. And importantly, that military is civilian controlled. so that there will never be a coup in this country the way there is in almost every other country at some point in its history. We will always be loyal to the principles of the Republic because you have sworn an oath to this Constitution. But let's talk about the meaning of your commission. There is a book, which I would recommend if you don't have it, you ought to get it. I know it was rewritten recently, updated. It's called The Armed Forces Officer. It was written in 1950. And in the original version of it, and you can still get it online if you search a little bit, if you can get it, you want to get an original version. 1950. We're just a few years after World War II, the greatest conflagration the planet has ever seen. Well more than 50 million dead. The North Koreans invade South Korea. It appears that both Stalin and the Chinese have lined up behind the North Korean invasion. And the concern, of course, was at the end of World War II when we saw the Iron Curtain descend upon Europe. And we saw China, mainland China, go down to Mao Zedong and the Republican forces flee across the Taiwan Strait under Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek. It really looked as though this was the ultimate standoff between the elements of freedom and the elements of communism. And we weren't sure how this was going to end up. And in 1950, when the North Koreans invaded, we did not do well. If you've read the history, you know about Task Force Smith and some of the other organizations. It was not clear that we would be able to keep the Korean invaders from completely running our forces off the South Korean peninsula. Desperate moment. U.S. Army and Marines are fighting in desperate conditions to try to hold on. Meanwhile, around the world where we were faced off against communist or Soviet forces, we thought this might be the opening shot of the big final conflagration, because all sides now were armed with thermonuclear weapons. So this was a pretty bad moment. And we were now a joint force. In 1947, we had become, in essence, a joint force in many respects, even though we were still fighting as services. But we needed to talk to the armed forces officer about why that individual should be leading our troops in combat, because if this goes south on us, every dimension of our military will be committed into this war. And we were not doing well, frankly. It was not certain how this would unfold. So the Army commissioned one of its greatest historians to put together a book called The Armed Forces Officer. And that historian's name does not appear in the original book. Can't find it in there. But you will know if you study why there was a manual, if you will, a pamphlet, as the Army called it, on the Armed Forces Officer, Army PAM 600-1, you find out that a fellow by the name of S.L.A. Marshall wrote the book. Also, for historians, he's known as SLAM. And what SLAM attempted to do was to put in context our service. Because if you're an officer of the armed forces, you have sworn that oath. You're prepared to go forth and do battle on behalf of the United States to protect the Constitution and to pay the ultimate price in doing it. And SLAM, and I'm going to read you a couple of excerpts out of this because I think it's important. And just remember when it was written, 1950. SLAM says, other than the officer corps, there is no group within our society which the obligation of the nation is more fully expressed. Even so, other Americans regard this fact with pride rather than envy. They accept the principle that some unusual advantage should attend exceptional and unremitting responsibility. Let me read that sentence again. They accept the principle that some unusual advantage should attend exceptional and unremitting responsibility. Whatever path an American officer may walk, that officer enjoys prestige. Though little is known of that individual's intrinsic merit, he will receive the respect of fellow citizens unless that individual proves to be utterly undeserving. Now, there's a phrase in this that I think is really important. This is why you have to read this book from my perspective. Americans accept the principle that some unusual advantage should accrue to individuals who demonstrate exceptional and unremitting responsibility. And what does that mean? This is what sets you apart as officers of your services. Exceptional responsibility. You uniquely in the American society will lead men and women, characteristic of your service. You will lead them in combat. And you may have to make decisions. And again, for those of you who have served in combat, you will know how awful and how difficult those decisions are. To give the orders which may send one of your troops to her death or his death. That is exceptional. Exceptional in the entire spectrum of our society. No one else has that responsibility. But it's also unremitting. It is unremitting because there's no let-up. You're not just on duty for 8 hours a day, doing exceptional things, and then you're off duty. It is unremitting. You bear the burden because you've chosen to serve, because you swore an oath, because you've accepted a commission. You have chosen to bear the burden of that exceptional responsibility 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I'm going to tell you, it's hard for you now in school, in combat. It's a burden you will never fully understand until you've had to bear it. So why is this important to understand? Because as a republic that is committed to a set of principles that really defines our humanity as a people and as a great nation, what's important to understand is that if we are going to fight, if we are going to lead our troops in combat, we officers have to lead them from the front in all things. How we organize our lives, how we live our lives, how we conduct our leadership. Lead from the front in all things because here's the point, you must possess the moral authority to send your troops forward in combat, either to take life or potentially to sacrifice their own. That's exceptional responsibility. And it is unremitting. It is never off your shoulders. And when your hand comes down out of the air and you have said, "So help me God," having sworn to give everything about you to the defense of our Constitution, and through that defense, our people, this is an awesome responsibility that you're about to shoulder. And for those of you who are commissioned, those of you who served in combat, you know what I'm talking about. So this is the meaning of your commission. This is why it's essential that you understand at the very DNA of what we do as a military in this great nation, how we serve and our responsibilities in our service. And I'll just add one other thing from the book. Again, I recommend you get it. And this is what's so interesting, I think. S.L.A. Marshall would go on to read that the trust imposed in the highest military commander in the land is not more than that in charge to the newest ensign or second lieutenant, nor is it less. It is the fact of the commission which gives special distinction to that man or woman, and in turn requires that the measure of the devotion to the service of the country be distinctive as compared with the charge laid upon an average citizen. It's a little bit hard to work your way through, but in essence, S.L.A. Marshall's point is It doesn't make any difference how senior you become. The fact that our nation has bestowed upon you the humbling responsibility of leading our troops in combat and defending our Constitution, it is no different a responsibility, except in scope and magnitude, for a second lieutenant than it is for a general. And to prove the point, I have my second lieutenant commission at home for when I was commissioned on the 2nd of June, 1976. And on the wall in my home, I have my 4-star general commission. And while one was printed off a printer, and I think my first sergeant misspelled my name when he wrote it in, the other looks like a work of art. But here's the difference. Here's the point. There is no difference in the words. It reposes special trust and confidence in the fidelity and integrity of the recipient. And it is the same expectation of a second lieutenant, in this case, ensigns and lieutenants elsewhere. It's the same expectation by the nation of the young officer as it is for the 4-star general commanding a theater of war. This is why we're so unique as a people. This is why our country's been so unique in the entire history of humankind. Because rather than swear an oath to a king, or to a symbol, or to a flag, or to some piece of terrain, you have sworn an oath to a set of principles enshrined in the Constitution of the United States, and you need to understand that. So again, 3 levels up, I'm standing there reading the Constitution. I can hardly stand it. Because in all the time I've led Marines around the world, and I'm about to go out again and would in fact be on the ground leading the first Marines to go into Sarajevo at the end of the Bosnian War, I'd never laid eyes on that document. And so I strongly recommend that you take some time and think about your oath of office. It's not just a ceremony. It is the commitment of your very life, in the end, to what we're all about. And when you put the remains of your troops onto those aircraft to send them home, I hope to God that you have lived up to the right in the manner to have given the orders that resulted in that moment. I had 561 troops killed under my command in Afghanistan, which was letters to all the families and to the children, 5,400 wounded, many of them, of course, amputees, and then the unseen wounds of those who would go home and never be the same. I don't pass a day without thinking about some of those troops, whether it was in Iraq or in Afghanistan. And I hope you will not pass a day now without thinking about that responsibility as you face it for the future. This is my final point, which makes us unique as a people in the world. There are lots of folks who join the military because they have a desire to kill, or they have business interests. And I'm not talking about the United States, I'm talking about elsewhere. You'll serve alongside them. You'll probably fight them. What makes us unique isn't that we have joined to kill. It's because we have joined and are prepared to die for something bigger than ourselves, for something that is unseen, a set of principles enshrined in our Constitution. So I'm really glad to be with you this morning. And I'm humbled still at having had the opportunity to serve in our joint forces and in the Marine Corps. And I hope as you prepare yourselves in the final days of your commissioning programs that you'll give very serious thought about what it is that exceptional and unremitting responsibility. So let me stop there. I think we got about 15 minutes for questions, and then we'll go from here. Yes, sir.
Thank you for speaking to us. My name is Midshipman Second Class Life. I was going to ask.
What program are you in?
I go to the Naval Academy.
Okay.
You've mentioned the relentless burden that an officer faces, especially the face of combat. And I'm wondering, in your experience, who or what did you rely on to help you carry
Sure.
that burden?
Sure. Everybody hear the question? Several things. I had officer mentors and I had enlisted mentors. First, my father was one of the greatest officers I ever knew because he truly lived by an example for me every day. Having served in combat across all of World War II in the Navy, some of the hardest fighting, and having served in Korea as well, he truly understood what it was like to lead from the front. And he was that example for me. But there were Marine officers as well. And I'll make a couple other points. But there were non-commissioned officers who were incredible examples for me. And I never miss the opportunity to talk about the first sergeant of the organization, first rifle company I commanded, Fox Company, 2nd Battalion, 8th Marines. I was very fortunate. I had the opportunity to command a rifle company deployed as a raid company with the 6th Fleet as a lieutenant. Very fortunate. But First Sergeant Ritchie was my first sergeant. First Sergeant Ritchie walked out of the hills of West Virginia to use a phone for the first time to call a recruiter to enlist in the Marine Corps. And he would fight in Vietnam in an organization, some of you who fought in Vietnam know it to be Bravo Company, 1st Battalion, 9th Marines. Bravo 19, also known as the Walking Dead. And that part of the Marine Corps fought in the Quang Tri province of Vietnam against the finest infantry we ever fought against, which was the North Vietnamese Regular. He was one of 12 Marines to survive one night after a company was surrounded, and one of 4 NCOs to survive in another night. And Donnie W. Ritchie taught me how to be an officer in ways that no one else could. He taught me what the expectations were of the Marines, of the officers, and you know it wasn't any different than anything I just said to you. But he said it to me like a drill instructor. He said it to me like a seasoned combat veteran. And I remember being in a fighting hole with him one morning. Sky is reddening up, and he was really quiet. And he said to me, "Sir, you don't know what the dawn means to me. Because night after night in Vietnam, if we saw the dawn, we knew we'd live to see another day." You can't pay for that kind of experience. It doesn't come to you from the Naval Academy. It doesn't come from leadership class. Listen to your NCOs, whether they're petty officers or whether they're NCOs. They are going to be of enormous importance to you. But get a mentor. Now, the next thing I will tell you is you've got to be a reader of history. You're way too young to rely solely on your own instincts to be successful in combat. You've got to read history. You know, the entire sweep of the experience of commanders in battle is laid at your feet. You don't even have to go to a library anymore. It's all online, for God's sake. It's wonderful. And you have to read what other officers in the areas in which you will serve, you've got to read what they went through. Because you're going to be walking in their footsteps. You don't want to discover this new for the first time. Read history. And I always have said to my students, there isn't a thing you can do about having a 22-year-old body. But if you're dedicated to the profession of arms, there's no excuse for not having a 5,000-year-old mind. Just think about that for a second. And then finally, read biographies. Read biographies. Why did some of our great leaders become great? It was the formative moments of their contact with mentors early in their lives. Read the biographies. In the Navy, we've got wonderful biographies on one of my greatest and favorite sailors, Ray Spruance. You know, the quiet warrior, as he was called. He was one of the greatest commanders the United States ever produced in any uniform. Yet he was completely unassuming. He was one of the most humble leaders we've ever had, and he believed himself to be a servant of the sailors that he led. The humble servant. If anyone ever accuses you of being a humble servant as an officer, you ought to put your hand up and say, guilty as charged. Because that's a pretty good set of circumstances to live in. So get yourself a couple of good mentors, read the history of warfare, and read biographies. That's the only way that you can get ready. Otherwise, if you're experiencing this for the first time in combat, it is way too late. It is way too late. Does that answer your question?
Thank you for your response, sir.
My pleasure. Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Midshipman Chris Brakey. I'm from the Naval Academy. Sir, you mentioned early on the application of the Bill of Rights and that it applies to protecting the rights of people across the world. You'll forgive me for bringing up the elephant in the room, but given the recent events in Syria with withdrawal of troops, how do you quantify the extent of that principle?
Well, I don't know if you've been watching the news, but I was on the news a good bit, expressing my view on it with Christiane Amanpour and CNN, etc. I think it's a collapse of American policy, frankly. Since many of those Kurdish fighters were fighting because of the work that we did early along in the coalition. And I hate to see that you all have to witness this. But in the end, the decisions that have been made at the expense of the Kurds. You know, the United States pursued a series of decisions years ago that I think were the correct decisions, both in the Obama administration and in this administration, which is let's do all we can to empower the indigenous fighting forces to be what are known as the defeat mechanisms of the enemy. Let's not do it ourselves. We can if we have to, and we're actually quite good at it. But let's have the indigenous force be the defeat mechanism. When I took over the coalition and we were trying desperately to stop the onslaught of the Islamic State, which was headed towards Baghdad, President Obama sent me to Ankara in Turkey to try to find a way to begin to take the war to the Islamic State in Syria. We had no options. The entire border along the Syrian border was in the hands of the Islamic State. We had no options. And then the Islamic State intended to wipe out the entire population of a small town south of the border called Kobani. And the Kobani was occupied by Syrian Kurds, and this is really interesting. Half the fighting force were women, and they were awesome. And the Islamic State was desperately afraid of getting up close to them because you get killed in action in that environment, you ain't going to paradise, I'm telling you. So when we saw that they were, in fact, able to hold their own, but they were going to be overwhelmed eventually, President Obama made the decision to pour on American firepower. Between the A-10s and the carrier-based aircraft and the F-16s now flying out of Turkey, we stopped them. We learned at that point, with some special forces thrown in quickly to help control supporting arms, airstrikes, we learned we now had an ally, the Kurds. They could fight, and they were ready to fight. And we needed them. And so we organized, through our special operators, and eventually about 2,200 American troops, we organized the capacity for the Kurds to fight. The Kurds utterly and completely defeated the main force units of the Islamic State. Now, there's still some of those guys running around, but not in organized units. But here's the deal. 11,000 Kurds were killed fighting those people. I think we had 5 of our troops were killed, and that's tragic. One is tragic. 5 is awful. But in the context of who was doing the fighting and the dying and the winning and the ground gaining, it was the people we empowered. And then after one phone call, we walk away from that. And the Turks come pouring across the border and start blasting our allies and their families, and 200,000 Kurds are now taken to foot. You can't do anything about that. I can't do anything about that. The only thing we can do is follow our orders, so long as they're legal. And there will be voices that will attempt to shape policy in a way so we don't make a decision that in essence looks like we're being routed from the battlefield, which is what that kind of looks like. I mean, we had Russian troops occupy American battle positions within 24 hours of our special forces leaving them, running the Russian flag up over a place where the Stars and Stripes had been flying 24 hours earlier. So if I sound like I'm mad as hell about this, I am damn mad about it. But our great soldiers who were doing the fighting followed their orders, and they moved to the east, and they're headed into the KRG now, the Kurdish Regional Government in Iraq. There will come the day when you are an admiral or a general, there will come the day when you will, as I was asked to do as a 4-star, give advice. And you must give what's known as best military advice. You must have the moral courage, by virtue of your swearing of your oath and your commitment to your commission that if the President of the United States asks you for your advice on an issue, you give best military advice. And so long as the ultimate decision is not an illegal order, you have to follow your orders. And that's your lot in life until you take that uniform off. So it's a difficult moment for us right now as a nation. Difficult for me because as we're pulling out of Syria, as the Turks are rolling up the Kurds, we're deploying 1,800 more troops into Saudi Arabia the day that Putin lands in Riyadh to have meetings with Mohammed bin Salman and King Salman, and then go on to visit our other Arab ally in the Gulf. It's a grand strategic issue for me. So as the president of Brookings, I'm not going to give up on this. We're going to speak out loudly on it. We're going to write about it. We're going to do everything we can to support our allies. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome. So there are some other cadets, I think, in this room. I'm more than a little concerned.
Good morning, sir.
You're holding the thermonuclear question for last, I'm sure. Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. Midshipman, 3rd Class Dobsky, U.S. Naval Academy.
Okay.
My question to you is, you've kind of hinted to it this morning in your talks. We've already touched upon the Kurdish-Syria conflict and the kind of falling apart of our constitutional foundations. What conflicts among the list of the ones that the U.S. is facing currently do you foresee posing the greatest challenges to us as young junior officers in the future?
It's a multifaceted answer, frankly. We are going to continue to see instability in a number of states around the world where the demography is trending in a negative way, where weak governance is unable to respond to the aspirations of its people, where the population is getting larger and younger all the time, and their tolerance for the corruption typically in the capital will be less and less over time. So we are going to have to continue to fight if we want to preserve the sanctity of some of these countries. We're going to have to continue to be involved in counterterrorism operations as a component probably of counterinsurgency. But we also now have a very virulently dangerous Russia that we have to deal with. They're pressuring the entire eastern frontier of NATO in a number of ways. And that's a whole other day of conversation. And then for the first time, we have the emergence of a peer state of China. I don't wake up every morning thinking we're going to have to go to war with China. I think Graham Allison, in his great book, I don't recall exactly the name, but he talks about the Thucydides trap and how a status quo power like us is going to ultimately be confronted by a rising power, China. I think it's possible that we can find a way forward with the Chinese, but they are putting hundreds of billions of dollars into advanced technology. And so you're going to have to be able to fight at the lowest level to preserve the stability of some of the states. We can't afford to go over the edge. We're going to have to deal with renegade sovereign states like Iran and North Korea. We're going to have to deal with the Russians in their multifaceted hybrid warfare that has reached straight into the United States and had a potential outcome in the 2016 election, and they're still pushing on our democratic processes. We may have to deal with China in many ways at a high technology level. And we could find ourselves fighting in space, and we are in battle right now in the cyber domain. And then finally, I spend a lot of time on this, in the world of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies and supercomputing, get ready for a form of warfare known as hyperwar, where with autonomous systems starting to come online for intelligence collection and analysis and command and control, and then potentially, although we firewalled it now until we figure it out, lethal autonomous systems, we could be fighting at speeds we can't even begin to imagine. Where when I wanted to move a division on the ground in Afghanistan, it took me several days to position the armor and the artillery, the rocket artillery, gun artillery. It took me days to get the physical forces going. But in a hyperwar environment, forces are maneuvered often at the speed of light. And if you can't make the decisions and you're second in the competition for primacy, you lose the war. And then finally, for me, those are all challenges which I think we can handle. because of you, because of all of you, because we have the finest human capital on the planet. But the challenge for me that we're going to have to face is the reality of climate change. And why does that, what's he talking about? Other than the fact that our ships are going to have to probably relocate within 50 years. But the issue for climate change is that as large segments of the population in the world are driven off their lands because of the rapid pace of desertification or their incapacity to grow crops, in large segments of the world, as water dries up, as large segments of what had been originally arable land becomes penetrated and saltified, we've got a serious problem. As tens of millions or hundreds of millions of people begin to migrate. 2 million people into Europe in 2015 completely changed the political environment of that continent. Imagine what 20 million, which is a conservative number, will look like by 2070. Now, what that means is there's going to be a lot of fighting. And who do you think has the global strategic mobility capacity to intervene? So we got to think deep, what we call the deep horizon, and think about what this means in the context of the future of the U.S. military. We also have to think at the near horizon, which is keep Al-Qaeda and Daesh, the Islamic State, keep Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State at arm's length, shore up those states that are about to collapse, and get ready if we have to deal with Russia and China. You've got a complex world to live in, a very complex world. I just had to live with a thermonuclear Russia, Soviet Union. I had it easy. Good question.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Midshipman 4th Class Otero, Naval Academy.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you mentioned a lot of conflicts that we'll see ourselves in the future. Now, based on your experiences in the Marine Corps and leading Joint Forces Commands, what do you think is the role of the U.S. Naval Service in defending the United States and executing its foreign policy? Thank you, sir.
Well, I think it's going to, in many respects, it's going to be what it always has been. And you can have a seat. Obviously, we have to control the global commons. We have to, in the event, and we're, I think, posturing more and more to do this in the context of a rapid reinforcement of Europe. Those of you who got gray on your head, who remember the days of Reforger and 10 divisions in 10 days to Europe in the event of a Soviet attack, we're going to probably see more and more emphasis on the United States getting to Europe quickly to support NATO in the event of Russian activity. So the Navy's going to have a blue water mission for sea control in order to preserve our forces as they get to Europe. Again, dominating the global commons. Depending on how future administrations go, I'm not commenting on this one, but as we see future administrations maybe make decisions about how standing forces might come home from some places. I mean, there's been some rattling about pulling the Army out of Korea. There have been some questions about how big and how much of us needs to remain in Europe. Where the Navy has always been valuable, which is the capacity to project American power, Navy and the Marine Corps, I think that will continue to be a very important mission as time goes on. And depending on our continued overseas posture, it could be even more important as time goes on. And then, of course, all the services, but the Navy uniquely has to dominate the cyber domain and the space domain from a maritime environment as well. So just as everything else, as I described a moment ago, it's going to be complex. Thanks for the question. And thank you all. I wish you all the very best. Thanks very much.
Very much. When you talk to Mike, give him greetings from me too. If that doesn't make your head explode, nothing will. A young American stood in front of number 10 Downing Street in the mid-50s as an old man with a cigar came out the door. The young American turned to him, said, Mr. Prime Minister, tell us the secret of your success. Prime Minister Winston Churchill replied, study history, for in it lie all the secrets of statecraft. You heard a great phrase. There's nothing you can do about having a 20 or 22-year-old body, but there's no excuse for you not having a 5,000-year-old mind. It's at your fingertips. But let us continue to look back so that we can see forward. I'm pleased to introduce to you Pat Locke, who will moderate the next panel. Pat Locke was the first African-American woman to graduate from the United States Naval Academy in 1980. She'll bring forth a group of women that have an unheard story, unsung heroes that played an important role in America's history. I'm pleased to introduce Pat Locke.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. I know I have a lot of friends at the Naval Academy, but I am not the first African woman to graduate from the Naval Academy. I'm the first African American woman to graduate from the United States Military Academy. So I just wanted you all to have that as a admin correction. So with that, I would like to say that I am honored to be in the presence of this history. I remember reading about these ladies 40 years ago in a Department of Defense publication and noticing everything that they went through to open the doors for people like me. So with that, I know we have very limited time here, so I want to make sure that I give them a chance to tell their story. So I would like to start out with just a general question, and anyone that would like to respond, please do so. I'd like to hear from everyone, but as you see fit, you can answer the question. So I would just like to know, from that experience, and I think you all may know the history, you have the history on the background here, but they went into the 6888 Central Postal Battalion. It was formed to handle a backlog of emails. They initially had 800 African American women in that battalion, and they deployed to England. When they got there, they had a surprise waiting for them of 17 million pieces of mail that were backlogged. So with that, with all of the deployment, and I remember reading that the only way that African American women could serve overseas was if the theater commander specifically requested them. So the 6888 was one of those battalions that was recruited to come over to Europe to serve in the European theater. So with that, what was one aspect of your deployment, your effort, your successes over there that you would like to relate to the audience?
I would like for them to know how appalling it seemed with the mail pile as high as it was for us to get it done in the length of time that they wanted us to do it. They gave us a year to catch up with the back mail. We did it in 8 months.
8 months. Very good, very good. So, did you have anything to add to that?
Yes, when we got there, the mail was just piled up. It was rat infested. We had to find a place to make our postal facilities so that we could handle it. So we used an old airplane hangar and built our post office. And with that, we had, we worked 7 days a week, 3 shifts. And we were able to get the mail out when 1/3 of the time that they had assigned us. So our motto was no mail, low morale. That was our motto. And we felt that the one thing that service people want is to be able to connect with their families. And the families, of course, want to see how their loved ones are doing. So it was a very important mission for us to be able to have that connection.
Very good.
Yes.
So before we go on, I want to make sure I get the comments from the ladies over here also, but I want to make sure you know who you're talking to. So on the far end is Miss Johnson. Thank you for your service. And next to me is Miss King. Thank you also for your service. And over here I have Miss Robertson. Thank you for your service. And on the far left I have Ms. Ruddock. Thank you all for your service so that you know who you're talking to. I think you have the bios on the back of the screen. So with that, did you have any comments about how much you had to do when you first arrived in England with the mail challenge? Anything? Did anybody else have any more comments regarding that before we go on to the next question?
I think not only was there not a place for our mail, we had no facilities to live in. Our facilities had been bombed, and we had to quickly make a place for us to stay. And we used an old schoolhouse. We cleaned it up and made that do for our lodgings.
Okay.
So,
very good. Yeah. So you kind of improvise with everything.
Everything we had to improvise.
And
yes.
from what I've read, the theater commander came down, and he was very, very impressed with the level of discipline that you had in your unit, your appearance, your military courtesy. How did all of that come about? How did you know to do that? Were you emulating someone else that you saw? I mean, seriously, that kind of opened the doors for the rest of us, because you guys set a standard for all African American women coming into service after that. So did you have any comments regarding that?
You're in the Army. You do what you're told, you wear what you wear.
All right.
You don't have any problems. And when you're enlisted, you do as you're told. You wear what's the garment of the day. And that was it. That wearing clothes was not a thing, okay? That's not a problem. That's away from it. You have a uniform, you wear it. The point is that you have a job to do, and you do the job, period. And I don't know what other questions you have, because I could go on forever. But, you know.
Yeah, I just remember I really appreciated when I saw the photos. I was new. I know anything about the military when I was enlisted. But when I saw you all's photos and how sharp everyone looked with your uniforms and shoes and everything, made me want to join. So
yeah, well, you know that when you're in uniform for dress parades or formal, right? Okay, but you're working. You're there to do a pregnant, okay?
Right.
And we had a job to do, so you wear fatigues or whatever's there. Period.
Mm-hmm.
So clothes is not the point. The point is to get the daggone mail out.
Get the mail out. All right, very good.
So-
And your motto was
No
mail,
mail,
low
low
morale.
morale, yeah.
All right, very good.
well.
So, what is one of the primary, the best, the most important lesson that you can share with our audience right now about maybe leadership, about hardship, about work ethic, anything like that that you can share with our audience right now?
Well, you were enlisted to do a job, and whatever you were assigned, this is what you did. This is why you were there. So you can't go on just doing whatever you want to do. You came there to do this, to do your duty for the country. And of course, you had to follow the rules and regulations. And this is what we signed up for.
Okay. So you had a very hard experience. You had to deploy to England, but then you also had to deploy from England to France.
Yes.
And you had all of that happen in a
All
very
over.
short amount of time. Can you tell me about the transition? How did you do that? And you had to have a huge work ethic to get that done and the hardships. Did you
My
guys
dear,
pull all-nighters?
We are in the Army. You do what you're told. The Army has a method of doing it, okay? When we worked, we had 3 shifts.
3 shifts.
All right? And we did what we were told. So therefore, I was a PFC, so I did what I was told. Therefore, we sorted the mail, we directed it to where it was supposed to go, and we did as we were told. And as I said, we worked at 3 shifts. So when you're doing that, and do the best you can, there's no question about it. You know, in the Army, you don't question anything. You do as you're told or else.
Okay.
So therefore, that was not a big problem. And this was something new to us, and we were pretty young. I was 19 when I went in. So that was it. And no problem. We did England, then we went to Rouen, France, and then we went to Paris. So we worked the 3 shifts there, and we were able to get the mail redirected in a very short time.
Okay.
So we were able to do it in less than a year or so to come back, and that's it.
Okay, can you talk to us a little bit about the leadership that you had? I mean, you obviously accomplished a lot in a small amount of time. Did the leadership have anything to do with that?
I think we all were dedicated to and knew what we had to do. We were told in the beginning that this was our job, so this is the way we had been trained. And we went there to do this job, and we got it done.
Okay.
So I think when they chose the group, when we went to Oglethorpe and were trained, we knew that it was discipline that kept us intact and made us know that this was an assignment, and we knew this is what we signed up for.
Okay.
So it was just that work ethic that we had, and I think they chose women who they could rely on to work that way, think that way.
Okay, very good. So you had both Army and Air Force women in the same battalion?
It was, at that time, they were all one unit. Air Force and Army were together.
Okay, very good.
It was just later, I think, a number of years later, that they were separated. Yeah.
So can you speak of, how did you all get along?
How'd you get along?
Did you guys get along okay? Did you guys sleep in open bays, or did you guys have individual bedrooms, or did you have best friends? Did you have people you hated? Being in an Army unit with that amount of pressure to get things done, did the pressure cause friction, or you just had all best friends, right?
You're in
Not
the Army.
really.
You do
it
as
was
you're
like
told,
at
period.
college. Yeah.
It doesn't matter how you feel or what you
Yeah.
think. You got a job to do it, and you do it.
Okay,
Period.
very good. So we have a theme here. You got a job.
Yeah.
You got to
yeah.
get it done, no matter what,
Yeah,
right?
That's right.
All right.
And it's like anywhere else. You choose the group that you want to hang out with.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we was a large battalion. You don't know everyone, but you're there for the same purpose.
Right.
And your leadership helps, to guide. But your little groups, you know what your assignment is, your discipline, and you do it.
Okay.
That's it. And I think we went there with the attitude that we were there to do a job.
And you were very, very successful with all of that pressure and your big sisterhood in the battalion.
Yeah.
Did you have a social life at all? I mean, 17 million pieces of mail. Did you have any time to do anything else? Go to a movie, go out on dates, any social life whatsoever?
No, not too much,
hear the
really.
Okay.
Social life.
Okay. I just thought I'd ask. I mean, because you all had a lot to do.
Well, we made our own little fun. We played games. We had friendships, but as far as getting out in the public, it was very late in the game that we were able to, get out and meet people.
Okay. Well,
When we were in Birmingham, the people were so wonderful to us. They knew what we were there for, and they gave us a lot of support. So we enjoyed their hospitality. And but when time came for work, we did work, and after our work was done, we had time for a little socializing, but that was quite limited.
Okay, very good. Is there any aspect of your job that was the hardest thing that you had to deal with?
Say what?
Was there an aspect of your job, your big mission, that was the hardest thing that you had to deal with? And what was that?
I think it was
irrelative.
getting
That doesn't matter at
organized.
all. Okay? You had a job to do. You did the job. Period. Okay. I'm sorry, but it doesn't matter,
Okay.
You made a commitment, and you go through with it, all right? And it's all new, everybody. And here we are. We're women, and we're in an army, and we have a job to do. We have sergeants to tell us what to do.
Okay.
I'm a private. So therefore, you do it. And if you have any questions, you better keep it silent, because it's not going to get you anywhere. So therefore, the best thing you do, and this is all new to Americans as such, all right? And so we did it, and the thing I can say is, hey, after we finished the job ahead of the schedule that they thought had to be done, we did it, I think, in about 6 months or so. So we covered it and got it out 3 shifts. And then we came home. So that's it, And the Army was good. Those of us who left, I came out of service. And the Army gave us schooling where we wanted to go. And a little subsistence pay along with that. So I took advantage of it, and that was it, period. And no more word about the Army, period. That's it.
No more word about the Army.
No more word.
Okay. So, do you all want to just tell us a little bit about what happened after your tour in overseas and you came back home? Did you want to share with the audience anything that happened after that?
Well, I went directly home because I lost my father while I was in the military. My mother was very sick. So I got a discharge and went home.
Okay. Do you have any?
I went to Fort Dix and was discharged. I married while I was in the service. And
Social life?
Yeah. I went from Philadelphia, where I enlisted. My husband was from California, and I lived in California. Went to and started a family. Went to school and became an RN, and had a family, and that was the end of it. Right. We never heard anything more about all of that was behind us until a gentleman by the name of Carlton Philpott thought that we deserved to be recognized. And because we never had a parade, we just came out and went home, and that was it. Carlton Philpott thought we deserved some recognition. And he invited us after 75 years, just a few of us that are still remaining. We're all in our 90s. I'm 96. I don't know how she, but anyway. He thought we deserved a parade. And he invited us all to come to Kansas City. And he had a monument for us. He said, these ladies deserve some recognition. They were over there in the 1st African American Battalion. They were very well disciplined. They did a service. And he thought that he would give us a parade, which he did. Not only that, he had a monument for us. He had the country, really, we wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for Mr. Philpott. He made the world aware of us. And for that, I really thank him, because we would have lived, just really unknown. And Carlton thought that these ladies deserve a parade. And so we had the parade we never had before. We are here because of him.
Okay, let's go. Oh, I forgot this then.
Go ahead.
Well, sorry about that. Huh? No, I'm here.
Did you want to comment on anything that happened after you all left service and came back to the United States?
I beg pardon?
Did you want to comment on anything that happened after you left the service and came back to the United States?
Oh, I said before, I took advantage of the GI Bill. And I went to the school that I wanted to go to. And Uncle Sam paid me my little subsistence, $50 a month.
Okay.
And that was it. And there were my mates that did other things. They stayed in the service, but I came out. And that was it. And I never heard any more about it until November. So there you go, okay? So it's the thing, like, we are making it known to the world that there was a group there. And of course, by the time we finished doing our processing of the mail, the stale mail. The mail to the soldiers was already formulated, so there was no backup mail at that time. Okay, so we got rid of the backup mail, and mail has gone on since then. So, and this is a little belated thing. Unfortunately, it came so late that it ended up where only 7 of us out of the hundreds that were there to work the job. And I'm afraid that in our old age, we're not really capable of giving them full credit as much as we should, because the memory helps a little bit. You know. But however, here we are.
Here we are.
That's it.
Thank you. Well, ladies, is there one other thing? I'm looking to see if there's a time limit. If we could take a couple questions from the audience. I'm not seeing any rejections. Oh, yes, sir.
This question's for Ms. Barker. Hi, I'm James Theris. Good to see all of you.
Hold just a second.
Okay.
All
All right, sir.
There you go.
Thank you. Good morning. Hi, James Theris. Good to see everyone again. Ms. Barker, could you tell the audience in May of 2019 what happened at Winston-Salem State University?
I received my teacher's degree. Well, no, I received it before then, but I got to march down the aisle because I was not able to march when I finished my 4 years college because I was teaching in Virginia, and my superintendent would not give me permission to leave. So I just taught for 32 years and got my degree last summer.
Last summer. Oh.
Okay. Good morning, ladies. Thank you very much for coming. I'm Midshipman Bolden from the Naval Academy. My question is, how did your families initially deal with you joining the Army?
What you said?
How did your family react to you joining the Army? What did they think?
Actually, what happened was I was 19 when I joined, and since I couldn't go to the school that I really wanted to go to because my dad couldn't afford it, the opportunity came to somebody said, well, why don't you join the Army? And that was something new. And so I asked my father if I could join. And he said, okay. So I was representing him in the service, and he signed me up to go into the Army. So that was it. There were others, of course, signed on their own. But I went into the Army for one reason, and I guess I accomplished that because after I came out, I did what I wanted to do.
All right. Thank you very much. Did you all have a comment about how did your family react? Did they support you going into the Army?
My mother did, but my father was not
a fan.
No, he didn't. He didn't think it was a good idea. There were all kinds of negative comments from various people about what, was happening with women in the service and so forth. And it was because of ignorance. They didn't know, And so, but my mother had she went along with the program. It was my father who sort of objected. He wondered how it would fare because, I was his little girl, I was the only child. And that was very difficult for him to sign up.
Okay, very good. Ma'am, did you have an experience? How did your parents support you going into the military?
They were very supportive. At first they thought, well, you going to the military? That's what my dad said, that's a man's job. So I said, well, there are women in there too. but it was not a struggle.
It's not a struggle.
No.
All right, very good. Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
I have one young lady. Can you all hear me?
Oh, we need to
I
talk
don't
into the
need
mic.
Do I?
No. We need the mic because we're recording.
Well, ladies, I want to thank you. But can you take a minute, having been involved in the Congressional Gold Medal process, can you please tell the audience what they're trying to do for you, to contact your senators and congressmen, give them the bill numbers to support your efforts for your Congressional Gold Medal?
Excuse me one moment. We're going to have Edna Cummings to answer that question.
I just wanted the information to get out there.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Edna Cummings, the champion for the 688 Congressional Gold Medal. The bill numbers are S633, introduced by Senator Jerry Moran of Kansas. That's where the 6888 monument is located at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. And so he sponsored the bill on the Senate side. On the House side, the bill number is HR 3138. And this was introduced by Representative Gwendolyn Moore of Wisconsin. That's where Ms. Robertson is from. And so it's S633, HR 3138. As of today, we have 15 co-sponsors on the Senate side and 68 on the House side. We need 2/3 from the Senate and House, which equates to 67 on the Senate side, 290 on the House side, so we have a ways to go. So I appreciate your support and appreciate the questions. Sir, did that answer your question about the Congressional Gold Medal?
It does, young lady.
Okay, thank you.
And my name is Elizabeth Helm Fraser, and I am the other producer of the film. So we just want to thank you guys. Thank you for your service. Please come out and support this gold medal. But on behalf of these amazing ladies, I call them superstars, on behalf of all of them, we're going to present Major Luck with this poster that's signed by all of these women sitting there. And it is a documentary that was done by James Theris. He asked that question the first time. And it is simply called the 6888. The 6888. Make sure you get that. Don't let me have to use my Army voice. Okay? So thank you, ma'am, very much.
Sir. Thank you. Oh, you want me to take this?
All of them.
Whoa. Thank you so much. Well, I'm honored to be here in your presence, and it is because of women like you and your discipline and your work ethic and to just get the job done. You're here to do the job. I want to hear anything else. I just want you to get that job done. So because of that, I had the same attitude when I came in, just get the job done. So thank you very much for your service, and thank you for paving the way for not just me and not just women, but for men also. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Pat. I do apologize for, apparently I misspoke and put her at the Naval Academy instead of our friends at West Point. I apologize for that.
That's okay. Janie Mines, my best friend.
All right. You all will learn about the importance of the work that they did as you are deployed somewhere in the world. That letter from home, from a girlfriend, except those that begin Dear John, you don't like those very much, but especially if your name happens to be Mark. But nevertheless, I knew how important mail call was in many respects. So I can't express my own gratitude for the work that's been done. I owe one more apology. Since I'm in the apology mode, and that is I owe an apology to if I don't get this right, I'm really screwed. Karen Kim. Karen, are you still in here? She stepped out. Anyway, she was to have introduced our previous speaker, and I just blew right by it. So you can tell her I publicly apologize and pretty embarrassed about it. We're going to take a break, 20 minutes. Be back here, please, in your seats at 11:15. Not quite 20 minutes. Somewhere in a movie, someone said, "I'm back." I'm going to take the opportunity now to introduce to you Mr. Jeremiah Schnee, founder and president of the Wealth and Values Initiative and the Dolphin Foundation. Mr. Schnee.
Good morning, everybody. I want to start off by thanking the American Veterans Center for this spectacular series of events and for their wonderful service to our country. I also am so impressed with the quality of the young people here today. These young, high-potential military leaders inspire confidence in me as a father of 4 with 3 grandkids in terms of the future of my kids and grandkids in this country. I also am very appreciative of a special VIP group of the Wealth and Values Initiative and Dolphin Foundation that are here today, having come from across the country. So you've no doubt seen the formal side of Peter Cuneo in his bio in your program. As a leading turnaround expert in this country, if you go to Forbes.com, they say he's top 10, up there with Steve Jobs and others. And his most notable turnaround, I might add, was Marvel Entertainment, which he took out of bankruptcy and sold to Disney 9 years later for $4.5 billion. Anybody here a fan of Marvel? All right, every hand. But I want to share very briefly a little bit more on the personal side. Having had the pleasure and honor of working with Peter, both as a partner and as a friend for over 7 years. Peter is a patriot, having served on the USS Strauss Vietnam conflict as a surface warfare officer, command duty officer, fleet officer of the deck, and air intercept controller. After which he pivoted and completed Harvard Business School, and having emerged from Harvard Business School, having gone to Alfred University, ultimately became chairman of the board of Alfred University, and received an honorary degree there. So, service to the country, business leadership, academic leadership. Peter's also a patriarch. So he's been married for 49 years to his lovely bride, Maris, with whom I've had the opportunity to work philanthropically. Maris runs that part of the family office. And Peter did found what we call a family office after exiting Marvel, which is intergenerational wealth in which generations collaborate together. And that's the work of the Wealth and Values Initiative. We work with legacy families. And we're doing a lot philanthropically, both for veterans, which is 50% of the Dolphin Foundation, as well as for the area that we call sports for good, when an athlete pivots toward give back. And our mission is to inspire wealth and power to do just that, pivot toward give back. So all of those dimensions, hard to imagine one person has done them. Peter's done them wonderfully. And the most important takeaway, he walks the talk. So without further ado, my friend and partner, Peter Cuneo.
Well, thank you all very much. Can you hear me okay? Great. So I saw all those hands go up for Marvel. Now I have to change my entire presentation. because I have the feeling we want to talk more about Marvel than anything else. I will talk a little bit about Marvel. And I have changed my presentation, although not so much for the hands this morning, but because I've been very, very inspired the last couple of days sitting in on almost all the sessions. And there are certain themes that came out of those sessions, I think I can also help reinforce. You know, I hope every speaker, as you might imagine, and I've been doing these kinds of things for 20 years, wants to leave something behind, something that the audience will remember no matter what, just one thing. If you can do that, you've been very successful. So I will try to do that with all of you today. So think of this presentation not as a group presentation, but actually simply as a fireside chat. I want to speak to each of you individually, at least spiritually, if not in actual practice. I'm really thrilled to be here. And again, I think I'm always tremendously turned on when I can speak to people that are younger than I. You know, we get to a certain age, and we older people basically get a lot of our energy from younger people. And seeing the bright lights in our future, which includes, I think, all of you in the room today. The task that I was assigned, my tasking assignment, was to try to talk about some of the leadership lessons that I learned in the military and that I have subsequently used in civilian life. And I'm going to do that today, and I will use Marvel as a model in some cases for things that I learned in the military but were able to apply in the future. I'm wearing 2 pins today. I think they're important. The pin on my left lapel is the pin of the National Archives. I have been on the board of the National Archives Foundation for 8 years. We are having this meeting here today by pure coincidence, but I've sat in your seats for a long time and seen scores of people up here at the podium presenting, so for me it's kind of fun to do a little reversal today and be up here. The National Archives is, in some ways, America's best kept secret. The National Archives keeps the records of all the departments of the government from the beginning. We have 16 billion documents. 6 billion are digital, but we have 10 billion documents that are not digital. We have the largest collection of antique maps, largest collection of film, and I think it's 48 million photographs in the archives. We talked earlier today, I think, about the importance of education and learning history. And I always loved history growing up, and it's one of the reasons I went into military. I'll talk a little about that. It's also the reason that I'm on the board of the archives, because I love history. I do believe that past is prologue, that by studying history we can all increase our wisdom. Human nature being what it is, it tends to repeat itself. The trappings may be different, the situations may be different, but it'll be very important for you to be successful in the future to understand human nature. Whether you're a junior officer or have a star rank, reading people is very, very important. I learned a lot of that in the Navy, and I've used it successfully, I think, in civilian life as well. The archives is, as I said, America's best kept secret. You are sitting a couple of floors down underneath the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and a copy of the Magna Carta, which is the basis for all English law. And someone said, please get up there and take a look while you're here. It's truly an amazing experience to see those documents. The archives also oversees all 14 presidential libraries. So for someone like me who loves history, this is a gold mine, if you will, a great place. It's a hallowed, sacred place for me, and it should be for all Americans. And by the way, the archives are open to all Americans, with the exception of some confidential documents, obviously. All Americans can come here and take advantage. The pin on my right lapel is actually also from the archives. We on the foundation raise money to do special exhibits that will first be here, and the exhibit that's here presently is the exhibit on the 19th Amendment, the 100th anniversary of women getting the vote, women's suffrage. And again, if you're going to be here, I think you'd learn a lot about the plight of women historically in our country. And I'd recommend to you that you go and try to get through that exhibit, male or female. I think you'll learn a great deal. But several years ago, we did the 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War, of which I'm a veteran. And the four of us on the board that were Vietnam veterans got this pin. And I thought I would wear it just for that year. But frankly, I wear it all the time now, and I don't think I'll ever take it off. But again, this all ties together under this rooftop. So I think it's really super moving, frankly, for me to be here today. I want to talk a little bit about my service. Why did I go in the Navy in the first place? I was from a Navy family. My father was a Navy officer in South Pacific. And in the Korean War, he was ordnance officer on the USS Valley Forge during Korea. My father loved the Navy. He wanted to stay in. Even though he was way past the age when Vietnam came, he actually wrote a letter to the Navy trying to get them to call him back up, even though he was retired. And that was typical of my father. By the way, the archives has, in St. Louis, the records of 100 million Americans who have served in the military from World War I forward. In this building, we have the records, all the other military records, of all the Americans that served from the Revolutionary War to just prior to World War I. And I've actually gotten my father's records from St. Louis, and I learned a great deal about my father I never knew. My father had a very difficult time with PTSD, and he died young because of it. And to a certain degree, as a young kid, I could never understand why he was so unhappy. He was a lieutenant in New York Fire Department as well. My uncle, Uncle Roy, is 96, is one of my heroes today, still living. He landed at Leyte Gulf with MacArthur. Leyte Gulf was the largest naval engagement in history. So for those of you who want to learn a little bit about history, I'm going to talk about one aspect of that in a little bit. He also served, my uncle also served in the Navy during the Korean War. So growing up, this was part of my life. And I loved history, and I read a lot of military history and was moved by it, watched a lot of the old films. I thought I was John Wayne to a certain degree in many of these films, and so on. So I might mention a few of them to you, and you might actually want to have the same experience that I've had. Maybe one for each service. So in the Air Force, I think what really inspired me was a film that I would consider to be, and I'm in the film business, as you all know, perhaps the greatest film on military leadership ever made. And the film was actually made in 1948, nominated for the Academy Award, won several awards, not Best Picture, runner-up for Best Picture. And if you're all wondering, what could that film be? It's actually a film called 12 O'Clock High, starring Gregory Peck. I think anyone sitting here who's involved with the Air Force, either as a student or as an active duty officer or retired, if they don't know the film, you have to see it. It is the true story of the Americans taking on daylight bombing in World War II over Europe, flying out of England. And it is a turnaround story. And of course, I've made my career doing turnarounds. Marvel is just one of 7 that I've completed, taking on difficult assignments when things were pretty chaotic financially, culturally, and otherwise in companies. So this is a turnaround film, a particular squadron is not doing well, Gregory Peck is asked by his commander to take over the squadron and fix it. I really recommend it all to you. You may think 1948, black and white, how good can it be? It is classic. It is classic. 12 o'clock high, Gregory Peck. I'm actually requesting that all of you try to see the film. I often use it I do a lot of presentations on leadership, and I often will use the film to start things off. For the Marine Corps, actually you might say I'm going to talk about Iwo Jima. Iwo Jima is considered the Marine Corps' finest hour. We certainly have a wonderful memorial here in Washington, but I have a slightly different opinion. For me, in all my readings, the Marine Corps' greatest moment may be the Chosan Reservoir in North Korea. For those of you, again, who are thinking about the Marine Corps or anyone else, you must read the story. It is a Korean War. We have driven the North Koreans back, basically, to the Chinese border. The Chinese decide, it's winter, Chinese decide to enter the war, and they send millions of soldiers against us in the north. The Marines are occupying the area around the Chosan Reservoir. It is minus 30 degrees. Human waves of Chinese come at the Marines. It's 10-1. 10-1. Now, one of the reasons people maybe don't associate this as a great moment is because this initiated a strategic withdrawal by the Marines. But they had to fight their way out from being surrounded 10-1 in minus 30 degrees. I believe this may be the battle in which the Marines earned more medals of honor than any other single battle in their history. I'm not sure of that, but there's certainly many of them. And they didn't leave anyone behind. There's lots of good books about this, which once again I would offer to you. I think for the Army, for me, it's of course Normandy, and I was privileged to make my first visit to Normandy just 3 weeks ago. And we all know this is the 75th anniversary of Normandy, and I was very, very moved. There are 9,900 Americans buried in the cemetery, and if you go, you must visit Pontotoc. Pontotoc is the beach, if you can call it a beach, where the chalk cliffs go straight up, and the Rangers came in and basically shot up grappling hooks and climbed up against the Germans, literally on top of them. Germans actually didn't defend Pontotoc with many infantry because they considered it basically impregnable. No one could make it up the cliffs, but the Rangers did. And the Rangers made it in, and they fought their way inland for about a mile and took positions. The Germans counterattacked. The Rangers held for 2 days. They had no food, and they had very little ammunition. When they were finally relieved, out of 220 Rangers, there were only 100 left. Amazing moment. I recommend Normandy to everybody. If I sound a little emotional, I am. I think for the Navy, and this is one of the reasons I was in destroyers and chose to be in destroyers. I was lucky if you had grades well enough in officer candidate school, you got to pick your assignment, and I picked destroyers in the Pacific. And one of the reasons is the battle off Samar. Again, for the midshipmen who are here, go look it up. It's the essence of what a surface warfare officer is. This is part of the Battle of Leyte Gulf. Without getting into too much detail, a situation occurred in which the Japanese fleet, which included the greatest battleship ever built, was undetected coming against the beaches where we had landed from the north. Only guarding the beaches, basically at that point, were 4 destroyers and destroyer escorts and a bunch of jeep carriers, and basically the Japanese fleet attacked basically undetected. This is often called the Battle of the Small Boys, because the commander of that task force ordered these 4 destroyers to immediately go right at the Japanese, which then were about 12 miles away. But of course, their guns had ranges well over 12 miles. 4 destroyers went right, basically, then destroyer escorts went at the Japanese, firing their little 5-inch guns, which really had very little impact, and launching torpedoes. 4 were sunk. They all knew they were going to die. 1 was heavily damaged and survived. The planes from the Jeep carriers also attacked like bees. And they had, in some cases, absolutely no armament, no ammunition. They just flew to provide the sense that there was more of them attacking than there were. And amazingly, the Japanese fleet retreated. And I always remember that story of these destroyers going basically at flank speed directly against the enemy, knowing they wouldn't survive. So I was always turned on by these stories. And so when the Vietnam War came, there was no question that I was going to go in. I did an officer candidate school at Newport, Rhode Island, and in 4 months I was an officer. In those days, and it's probably true, we got reserve commissions. Of course, very different from the graduates of Annapolis and NROTC that got regular commissions. So my term of service was going to be 3 years. And I did that on the USS Joseph Strauss, call sign Fleet Fox. And rare to be on the same ship for 3 years, but I was first damage control assistant, and then comm officer, and fleet officer of the deck, et cetera, et cetera. I loved driving a ship. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later on. The thing I remember the most, though, is the tremendous amount of responsibility that young officers got in the military at that time. And I think it is still true today. All of you will get great responsibilities for your age. And if you use that properly, you can bring great credit to yourself and to your accomplishments. Very, very important. We are lacking in leadership today in this country. I think we all know that. I personally have the opinion that there are less successful, good leaders in our country than ever in our history. And I base that on my readings of history and my own personal experience. Let's see if we can work this. So I would ask you, I should have asked you before I put this up, to define what you think successful leadership is. I think it's actually very simple, and this is my definition. You notice I mentioned positive goal. There have been lots of leaders in the world that were leaders, but not successful. And in a way, this is very simplistic, but I think it tells the story. For many years, I've been doing talks around the world. Sometimes they take 4 hours. Sometimes I talk for an hour, and there are 3 hours of Q&A, because the subject of leadership is so interesting to people. A little bit of history. This started almost 20 years ago when I was CEO of Marvel, and I was asked to give a speech on leadership to Harvard Business School, my alma mater, and I had a long flight to Hong Kong. Of course, we did a lot of business making products in China, and I just started writing, what am I going to say about leadership? And something happened. It was like 8 or 9 hours straight. I just couldn't stop. It was one of those moments, thinking my whole life through, totally quiet. And at that time, I came up with 28, what I'm calling essentials for successful leadership. Today it's 32, so in the past 19 or 20 years, I've added 4. But there are a couple of things that I think are worth mentioning. I do think these are useful, by the way, to anybody. I don't care if you're in the military. I don't care if you're in business. You can be a nonprofit You can be heading a civic organization. You can be the president of the PTA in your town. You can be heading up the Sunday school in your church. All of these are fundamental, and they would work for everybody. I don't care what your background is, what your age is, whether you have money or not, what your sexual orientation is, what your color is, what your ethnic group is, what your gender is. It doesn't matter. I think these are universal principles. Many of them, I think it's very important to say, have come from my mistakes. I often say that I remember every gory detail of my mistakes, but I remember very little about my successes, and it's true. So I've tried to learn from them, and one of the great things about great leaders is they always learn from their mistakes, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that. They're always very honest about what works and what doesn't work, and they're always trying to improve. This is not a complete list. It's my list. If you were tasked with doing your own list, it might be different. It might include some of these things, probably would, but might include some others. So I don't pretend that this is the end all at all. These are written, however, not from 40,000 feet, but from right on the ground. You can get talks. You can read some books by consultants. You can go to a class in school, and they talk about leadership often from 40,000 feet. Someone must have vision. A leader has vision. Well, that's fine. You can actually have vision and be a terrible leader, by the way. That's just one example of what. So I wrote these for somebody who was going to have to lead people every day, and motivate them accordingly. I also think that you might want to get this list. I'm not going to show the whole list in the interest of time. However, the organization, the American Vets Center, has the list, and they will be happy to provide the full list to you. They are very simple. They take 2 pages. They are 1 or 2 sentences each. I use this to grade myself on a regular basis, even after all these years. And I've had people who I've given this to many, 10 years ago, call me up and say they still use the list. But if you're going to use the list, you have to be honest with yourself. Don't have to share it with anyone else. Think about the things on the list you're good at. Think about the things that you're not good at, and try to improve them. I'm sure you will be able to improve them. What I'm going to do now is select a couple of these and take you through them and talk about some experiences I had in the Navy and also in civilian life in leadership. The first part of what I do is in these essentials is what I consider fundamentals. And what I mean by fundamentals is actually very simply things that we all know are true. You will look at this first group of fundamentals and probably say, well, I know that. I get that. But in my experience, not many people actually practice them. So that's why they're here. So I'd like to talk about number 2 for a minute, which is not coming up correctly for some reason, but let's see if it, okay, good. And this one is simply tell people what you really think. Just talking about simply being honest and admit your mistakes. The year is 1968. I am a brand new ensign on the Strauss. I'm on board about 2 weeks. We are in the Tonkin Gulf. The mission we're on is called plane guarding. At that time, it may be different today because this is 50 years ago, but basically when aircraft carriers launched or recovered aircraft, they wanted a destroyer 1 nautical mile in front and another 1 nautical mile in trail, simply because if someone went in the water, you hopefully were able to pick up the pilots. In the Navy at that time, the worst time for Airedales flying off the carriers was actually landing. Now, it was also true, and it's very little known, that the Navy pilots flying against the North had a 50% chance of being hit during their tour, which was typically 6 months on station. They may make it back to the carrier, not shot down necessarily. But we often had planes going feet wet, getting back over the water and wanting to get back on the carrier. So the role of the destroyers was very important. The Navy launched and recovered aircraft at night. You couldn't tell the difference. They flew a lot of night missions. It is the mid-watch. That's the watch from midnight to 4 in the morning, and I am a junior officer, and the captain says to me, Cuneo, all I want you to do is stand here and observe. You don't have to do anything. We would be on what we call the gun line in the war zone for 30 days at a time, and then take 3 or 4 days of R&R in some port. The captain of the ship was on the bridge the entire time, except when he had to take care of certain health duties. He slept in his chair because there was action all the time. And the captain would typically get, as you might imagine, very, very tired and exhausted. It is now 2 o'clock in the morning. We receive an order from the carrier, call sign Tip Top. Fleet Fox Tip Top takes station and it's a 1 mile in trail. And of course they give you, the carrier is turning into the wind at flank speed, which is, for them, is about the equivalent of 35 miles an hour. Giant ship doing 35 miles an hour over the water is unbelievable, to recover and possibly launch aircraft. When you're at night, you float around at random. You don't know where the other destroyer is or the carrier, simply because you're a darkened ship. And so you have some idea on surface search radar where people are, but basically it's very quiet and you're just floating around waiting. And we received the order, and the officer of the deck was a Mustang, a former enlisted man, and superb, I have to say, looking back, superb officer. Again, for those of you that are not in the Navy, the captain is not the one giving orders to the engine order telegraph for speed or to the helm for course. It's the officer of the deck. And the officer of the deck was this Mustang, and he quickly did a calculation, a relative motion calculation. We're here, the carrier is there, the carrier is turning to this course at this speed. We need to get 1 mile behind. How do we do it? And gives orders to them. The captain, who had been groggy, if not asleep in his chair, wakes up. What? Gotta go what? We're done? I'm only halfway through. Okay. So I'll finish this story then and we'll move on. The captain wakes up, does a calculation, countermands the OD's orders, and I could tell something is wrong. And at this point, I'm starting to wonder if I made a bad career decision. About 1 minute later, we're about to cut the other destroyer in half. Captain gives hard rudder. We managed, the only time in my Navy career I ever heard hard rudder. And basically, we managed very close aboard to avoid the other ship. Next morning, the ship is buzzing with what had happened. Ship is like a little tight community. Everybody knows everything. And the question was, can we trust this captain? Will he get us killed? Is there something wrong with the captain? And the captain did something extraordinary. He called a meeting of all the officers, and he sat at the head of the table and said, last night there was an incident. I made a mistake. I want to go through what happened and thoroughly analyze it so it never happens again. And I could see in the next hour how the mood in the room changed from, can we trust this captain, to we're willing to die for him. It was that dramatic. So I've learned and lived about this issue of admitting mistakes. In civilian life, I've had no problem admitting my mistakes when something had to be fixed. And as a CEO, in turnaround situations where people can lose their jobs next week, where the company can go under because it's bankrupt, You have to make a lot of decisions very quickly, in some cases with incomplete information. You have to do it. And some will be mistakes, and I've always known that. And I've always told my organizations, I will make some mistakes, but we will fix them. That's what matters. So it looks like I'm getting pushed away. I'll be out in the hallway, if anyone wants to hear the rest of my presentation. But I want to thank you all very much, and good luck to all of you.
How to be popular. I'm the least popular guy around in instances like this, and I'm disappointed that we didn't have more time. But I do encourage you. Peter has agreed to stick around for a little bit, so we're going to have another presentation, and perhaps you get some time to chat with him over lunch, and I think you might even be here into the evening.
I'll stay right here.
Great. Thank you so very much. Appreciate that very much. It's now my pleasure, I think he's here, to introduce Jared Holbrook. Are you still here? Oh, he's behind me. I was waiting for you to come from the other side. From Dallas, Texas, by way of Texas A&M University.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Howdy. JFK emphasized the importance of the space race during a time of fear in the U.S. Incredible men and women took this challenge head on. NASA became a beacon of hope for the nation. I'm honored to introduce one of those legends. The man who pioneered Apollo 11 and Apollo 13. If you've ever heard the phrase, Houston, Tranquility Base is here, the Eagle has landed. With great honor, I'm here to introduce Houston, Mr. Gene Kranz.
Thank you, Jared. You know, it's a real privilege. I have a couple Aggies in the family. To be introduced by an Aggie here. Now, the thing is, they told me I had 3 hours to speak, so we'll have to be, speaking through lunch here. But Jared said no. He says he'll give me a call when I got 5 minutes. So he's going to stand up and give me sort of a heads up what I got. When I finish, I have a 3-minute video of the actual lunar landing. And I think that will put this year, this decade of the 50th anniversary, sort of in context to what is happening. I used this at the Smithsonian. If you look at the Smithsonian website on the flight jacket night, basically I described the entire lunar landing from the time we acquired the spacecraft until touchdown and for roughly the first couple hours after the touchdown. So there's a lot of details I'm going to leave out my 3 hours here. Okay? But anyway, I was born in 1833. My father died. My father's World War I veteran. He died. And my mother, we lived very close to the American Legion boarding house. And basically, she operated the boarding house for the soldiers, sailors, and airmen during World War II. And basically, my two sisters and I grew up in an environment of duty, honor, and country. And this is what I think inspired us as we moved in our journey through life. I wanted to become a naval aviator because we live very close to the Naval Air Training Center, Great Lakes. And many of the people at our house were going to become aviators there. And I got an appointment to Annapolis, but unfortunately I failed the physical. So the Navy's loss was the Air Force gain. And I moved into the Air Force, went through a small aviation college, Parks College, and basically got my commission, my wings at Laughlin Air Force Base, and then I went through Fighter Weapons School out at Ellis. I learned to fly, fight, and win under the aces of the Korean War. I graduated And first, initially, assignment was to Myrtle Beach, 354th Fighter Day, which was commanded by Colonel Gabreski, double ace, ace in Korea, as well as in World War II. And he was what I'd say an inspirational leader, because he used to travel around. He had a colored Jeep. He'd travel around to the various locations on the base, indicating his various presence. They'd say, hey, Gabreski's here, Gabreski's there, right on the line. Where basically Gabreski made all of these people part of the great team on the 354th. When the vagaries of military orders, I just finished checking out the F-100, but I got assigned to an F-86 base at K-55 Korea. And while I lost my love affair with the Hun, this really established a love affair with the Sabre. Marvelous, marvelous fighter aircraft. We flew down on the Taiwan Straits, top cover during the period of time when the nationalists would resupply the islands of Quemoy and Matsu. I served as air controller with the 7th Infantry, and returning to the States, I elected to go to reserve status, and looking for the jobs that were around there, and there was an opportunity to move into flight test with the B-52 aircraft. And I became a flight test engineer on the B-52, 56-695. It was one of the models. But it was a flying test bed that basically in the bomb bay, they had trapeze and they had all kinds of equipment in there. They could lower such things as a J-85 jet engine, which we did a lot of development work. We did air starts on. We had the Quail missile in there. We did separation studies from various equipments they would install in the forward bomb bay. We did tough studies. We did acoustic studies. So it was truly a great program, and it was very enjoyable. It lasted about 30 months. And at the completion of the program, I had the opportunity to move to Edwards with the F-4, or go up to General Dynamics and learn about rockets. But I saw an advertisement in Aviation Week that sort of was challenging. It said they're looking for qualified engineers to determine the feasibility of putting an American in space. I thought, gee, this sounds like a pretty cool job. So I sent in an application. I didn't hear from anybody for roughly about 6 weeks. Now all of a sudden I get a phone call. Somebody says, you still interested in coming here? And I said yes. They gave me a reporting date, and I reported to Langley Field in Virginia. And I sat around reading manuals. We had a relatively small group of people in this office. People would come in and say, hey, take someone, you're going to engineering, you're going to recovery, you're going to launch operate. Nobody wanted me. Until finally, my life changed. A guy by the name of Christopher Columbus Kraft came in, tapped me in the shoulder, and said, I want you to go down to the Cape, write a countdown, write some mission rules, and when you're through, give me a call and we'll launch. I didn't know anything about rockets. I didn't know anything about the spacecraft, but basically I had worked this program out at Holloman Air Force Base in the B-52. So it was a very interesting challenge. I found out the Hangar S has got the spacecraft. You found out where the blockhouse were, both for the Redstone. You found out where range safety were. You got to know the telemetry and the command guys in this place called Mercury Control. So it was a marvelous place growing up and learning the business of spaceflight literally from the ground up, writing the book. Now, one of the most interesting things was the quality of leadership that we had in those days. NASA and the entire aircraft industry was just literally full of leaders. Our boss in Project Mercury was Walter C. Williams. And if you haven't taken a look at him, he basically established the high-speed test station out at what we call Edwards Air Force Base today. I did a lot of work in development of the elite fighter aircraft of World War II, the P-47, P-51. Basically, he was a project engineer for the X-1 rocket ship. He was Chuck Yeager's boss. And basically had the responsibility for the steering committee for all of the X series of research aircraft, spacecraft. He was the toughest man I have ever known. He was a brawler. When you went into one of his meetings or down there, and he'd call you in particular, he was very interested in mission roles because I was writing the mission roles for the program. He would go to sleep on you. And all you'd say, you'd try to make up your mind, am I going to continue or not? And all of a sudden his hand would go out and he had these big box of nickel mitts, about that big. He'd shake them out, pop one in his mouth and go back to sleep. But the problem was, when you finished, he heard every word that you had and he asked the darndest questions I've ever had in my life. The Space Task Group was an incredible entity. I don't know if in modern day America there is an organization capable of building in the same fashion. When they established the Space Task Group, they gave Dr. Robert Gilruth the responsibility to head up the organization. And basically he came from the Langley Research Center, which was the mecca of aeronautical knowledge at that time. And basically Gilruth went in and picked what he calls the pick of the litter, the top 50 people that he wanted in his organization. The center director picked another 50 people that maybe weren't the pick of the litter, but they all became members of the Space Task Group. And then the Canadian government got involved here because Canadian government, the Avro Arrow was the world's top performing airplane. Nothing could touch this. It was basically an interceptor to design any Soviets coming over the poles. This aircraft in 1958 had hit Mach 1.9, and an aircraft with the Orenda engine was expected to break Mach 2. The Canadian government, however, decided they could not afford to build that aircraft, and they canceled the program. And Avro laid off 12,000 people in one day in the Toronto area, which was devastating not to the economy. And the government sent people down with welding torches a couple weeks later to destroy every aircraft that was sitting in the flight line, and 5 out of the 6 had flown. Well, this really ticked off the people, the engineers in the program, and Jim Chamberlain was the program and project manager at that time. So Jim calls up Dr. Gilruth and says, I got a bunch of good people up here that would like to work on your space program. These two had been working in high-speed aerodynamics for the Aero. And they closed the embassy in Toronto, and they brought roughly in 50 to 60 people. I don't know the exact number. They interviewed each one of them for about 5 minutes. And they selected 31 to become members of the Space Task Group. We had the chief designer of the Aero. We had John Hodge, who was flight test engineer in the number 6 aircraft. We had a guy who was doing the ejection seat testing in the CF-100. We had basically the pioneers of aeronautical research in the United States. So now they're the middle part of the organization of the Space Task Group. And I came in with a group of young Americans. Generally, some people just served in the military, others just out of college, and we were the raw material for this thing called the Space Task Group. And it was amazing the mixing of these 3 cultures resulted in a capacity that was greater than the sum of its parts. And we moved into Project Mercury. Now, interesting, Project Mercury was basically our boot camp. And this is where we learned the business of spaceflight. In those days, there were no we had computers, but IBM did not trust us, so they put the computers, Mercury Control, 700 miles north of the Cape at Goddard Space Flight Center. We had a reliable vacuum tube computer out in Bermuda that helped us doing some of the trajectory stuff. Our communications was a low-speed teletype that dated back to the days of America's Pony Express. Basically, we had 13 tracking stations around the world, and we sent young people, just like yourselves, into these sites that were literally at the ends of the earth, and the risks were very high for these young people because this was the end of the European colonial period. My controllers in Kano, Nigeria, twice rescued by the Army. At Zanzibar, they'd work under the protection of the Gordon Highlanders, who would sound the controllers and march them out to the sites for everyone to track it, and then move them back to the Zanzibar hotel. Station gunners at both ends of the stairs became so violent at that site that we shut it down after only 3 years. But these young people were our eyes, our ears, and basically the voice as the spacecraft passed overhead. And those that stayed in the business flight operations became the leaders for Project Apollo. We had many near misses during the Gemini program. They followed the program. When Gus Grissom and the Mercury Redstone 4 hit the water, his hatch popped off and the spacecraft sunk, and we darn near lost Gus. One of the reasons we almost lost Gus was every one of the crewmen that flied in there would carry rolls of dimes up and put them in the pockets of their flight suits. And when he hit the water and without struggling to survive and avoid drowning, he had the entire flight suit being pulled down by these rolls of dimes that he would give to the launch pad teams. We almost lost Gus, but we got him. John Glenn's was pretty close. We thought we had a heat shield with him, and we learned many things about the business of spaceflight in those days, and I'll get into them when I wrap up. But John was close. We didn't tell him we thought he had a heat shield problem until he was in the process of re-entering over the Texas site. And he said, by the way, what am I retaining my retro-rocket package? I should have jettisoned back when we were over California. And that's when we explained to him we thought we had a problem when we were using the retro-rocket package to hold the heat shield on. Scotty Carpenter basically was virtually out of fuel as he arrived over the Hawaii site. I was very fortunate I had a controller there by the name of Jim Pinn, a very young guy just like you folks right here. And basically he kept talking and reviewing the checklist for reentry with the crewman after physical communications line of sight. He just kept talking, and fortunately the atmosphere was such that Scotty heard him and started packing up. He got over the California site. He's out of his automatic fuel. He's very low on the manual fuel, maybe just enough to turn around. We got him into an orientation that was close enough for reentry. We had him fire the retro-rockets. He landed a couple hundred miles downrange. But again, the control team now was learning the business of spaceflight. And when we got down finally to the end of the program, we felt that, we know what the business is about. We know what we got to do. And the key thing was, first of all, during John Glenn's flight, we had about 5 people in the control room. Basically, we had Max Fadet, chief engineer, we had the manufacturer, John Largy, we had the program manager, we had the flight director, all trying to say, what are we going to do? And they're still debating the spacecrafts going around the world. And the fact is that we finally said, look, there's got to be one boss, and he has to be God. No one will challenge him. He is the ultimate, and we established the responsibility for the flight director to take any action necessary for crew safety and mission success. The other thing we found, and basically in my work in the flight test in B-52, I didn't put anything to Bombay I didn't have complete understanding of. And the thing was, we were flying spacecraft and launching rockets that we had virtually no good data on. The data we had in Project Mercury is what they call a pocket checklist that fit in the lower pants of the pilot's flight suit. And they had very rough schematics, didn't have the integrated information you needed to make real-time, time-critical, high-risk decisions. So at that time, I established I am going to become more knowledgeable than the people who designed the spacecraft. And I got support from Chris Kraft, and I got support from Walt Williams, and we told our contractor, we are going to build the manuals that we fly with. Very shortly thereafter, we set up the process of learning by doing. Every product, by the time we flew Apollo, was developed by the mission controllers themselves. The flight systems, every procedure, normal procedure, emergency procedures, flight plan, trajectory, the whole 9 yards, done by the people in the mission control team. The other thing is that the training would come in from the manufacturers, and basically yet we knew what the business was. So we picked up the responsibility for all integrated training, and to this day we still perform the integrated training between the control team and the controllers. So these were the major changes that we used in getting ready for the Gemini program. Now, Gemini, we had to come to grips with the new technologies of space. And for the first time, we had a computer on board the spacecraft. We knew nothing about the computer. But we were very fortunate the Army Missile Command had been working with computers in the ground air missile program. So we found a lot of people who were retiring and leaving Fort Bliss down there, and we brought these guys in. They became our leaders for training. They basically taught us what the business of using computers was about. 4,000-word machine. But basically, we had to load in the programs for each one of the phases into that machine. But basically, that was our first entry. We got into the use of cryogenics and fuel cells and bipropellant rockets. And it was interesting, during Mercury, we used steam to basically rotate the thruster, control the orientation. We had hydrogen peroxide. We ran it through a nickel catalyst bed, produced steam. And that's how we maneuvered the spacecraft around. Well, that wasn't going to get you very far if you want to rendezvous with something. So it came along the Gemini program, and basically this is where we developed our teams. And they were I won't say darn good, they're the best darn teams I'd ever worked with in my life. And we demonstrated incredible flexibility. We started biting the bullet for things that normally you wouldn't do. The first Gemini 4 mission, we said, well, let's try to do a rendezvous with the booster. So we'd separate from the booster and try to do it. And every pilot, boy, they're experienced in formation flying, but boy, it didn't work worth a darn there. They'd thrust toward the guy to rendezvous and it'd separate them. There's something different about this new environment. And finally, we established a simulation capability that allowed us to train the crews as well as the ground. So we basically had now started to break ground in these technologies, and we moved into the Apollo program. And myself and Englishman John Hodge and Chris Kraft were the flight directors for the Apollo 1 mission. Basically, we all transitioned after we had finished assigned missions in Gemini. And we were sitting in the console January 27, 1967, roughly 1 month from launch. And our crew members were Gus Grissom, Ed White, and Roger Chaffee. And we had worked with Gus in the Mercury and the Gemini program, and I worked and did most of the procedural development work for Ed White's EVA. Roger Chaffee was sort of unknown to us, although he did have a reputation as one of the Navy pilots who took the pictures over Cuba during the missile crisis. The tests this Friday hadn't been going very well. We had problems with communications. We had problems with life support. Basically, crew reported noxious odor inside the spacecraft. Test procedures we'd frequently call halts and countdowns, sort of problems. And 4 minutes after we entered the hold, before we transferred internal power, fire exploded in that spacecraft. And those of us that were there that day will never forget it. It was searing. But basically, it was what we needed to get our act together to follow President Kennedy's challenge to go to the moon. And we did. We became tough and competent. And those were the words that were written in every blackboard in mission control and in my office area, tough and competent. And we went and we flew the first of the Apollo missions, Apollo 7. We had a sick astronaut on board, but that's okay. We can handle that. But it turned out to be that spacecraft was literally perfect. And then we looked at it. It was time to play guts poker because the lunar module was well behind in the development of the software. We couldn't pack all the software into that machine, a 60K machine. We couldn't pack it all in there. We were overweight. So what did we do? We decided, let's go to the moon. And go to the moon with no escape system, just the basic command service module, the systems that are on that, second flight test, and go for it. And it was interesting sitting in mission control that Christmas Eve, listening to the crew, reading from the book of Genesis as they circled the moon. And it was a wonderful Christmas Eve. And it was a Christmas Eve that our nation needed badly, because within that decade we had the protests against Vietnam, we had the civil rights issues that were coming up. It was good for America that day. So then finally we got ready to move into the Apollo program. Go into the final phase of the Apollo program. I flew the first manned flight test of the lunar module on the Apollo 9 mission. And it's interesting, we developed a lot of the procedures that we didn't know at that time that we would use to save the crew of Apollo 13. Training people would put us in the wrong end of the rendezvous. We had 3 rendezvous we had to do during that training, and they'd put us out with the lunar module out there, and we'd have to come up with, do a command service module rescue. We learned to power down the spacecraft, etc. How do we stand? Where's my Aggie? How much time have I got? 10 minutes? Okay, I got another 5. Okay, we're in good shape then. Okay. Anyway, we learned to power down. And the power down checklist, we had basically a dress rehearsal of the entire lunar landing on the Apollo 10 mission. It was overweight, didn't carry enough fuel. The software had yet to be completed. And basically we came down to roughly about 45,000 feet, decided we would terminate that, power up, and execute fire in the whole staging. And that was sort of the baseline that we had going towards Apollo 11. Now, Apollo 11 was sort of a dream mission for, by this time I was the director of the Flight Control Division. After the Apollo fire, they had the organization change. And you talk about the luck of the draw. Since I had to run the division as well as try to be a flight director, I selected only the odd-numbered missions. Okay, so I had 1, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 16, and 17. So the luck of the draw basically established that I would be part of the first lunar landing mission. Now, in mission control, we basically, again, run with a team of 4 controllers. The training is extremely rugged. There's many mission phases you got to train to and be proficient in. Your team has to be proficient in right on down the line. So basically, we have 4 teams that we split the job up into. One team is always designated as basically a lead team. They handle the interface with the program office. They handle the media. They handle the development of the flight rules right on down the line. Well, Cliff Charlesworth was the boss at this time, and he is assigning the flight directors and their teams to mission phases. And the day that he named me for the first lunar landing, I could have just could have hugged him. Just really wanted to get in there and say, God, what a deal. And this is it. So basically, I assumed the responsibility basically for the planning for that operation. But in the process of doing the planning, we had a lot of things that were still left open from the Apollo 10 mission. In particular, we had to learn to land that guy. And the key thing was there were certain characteristics. We had a very dumb flight software up there. Literally, it was dumb. Some things is you'd get down. One of the things we would update the landing radar, update the altitude based on ground data, and we could be several thousand feet in altitude difference. When we got ready to land, we needed to know what the real altitude was. So we had a radar on board the LEM that would measure altitude. So the computer now had the stuff we gave them. It had what it was measuring, and if it was too great a difference, it would just dive to the moon, just try to solve the problem instantaneously. So we had a lot of crashes, and to a great extent, our boss, I had a telephone behind me, and everybody was listening to how the training's going, and they'd call you up, and it's sort of like what they want to talk about. Why are you crashing? And it's interesting. So I finally turned the switch off so they couldn't call me anymore. And that was the nature of our work. But as time came along, we developed that skills, and it was interesting to see how this group came together for this particular event. Well, comes landing day now, and it's now time to go down to the moon. And there's about a 28-minute period from the time the spacecraft cracks the hill, and you go through taking a look at the spacecraft. Is the spacecraft on time or in the proper trajectory right on down the line? You have a series of go, no goes. You go through this process, and then you make the commitment to go for descent. Well, there were 4 problems on board the spacecraft that we did not know about but we would very quickly learn about. When the two spacecraft undocked, there was a residual pressure in the tunnel. And it was sort of like a champagne cork pop. It essentially was the same as performing a maneuver. And depending upon the orientation of the spacecraft, it established what would happen in the trajectory. Well, it established a radial velocity component area, but it also shifted us downrange. We didn't know this until finally we got tracking data. When we heard this, we did not know the impact. We did not figure out the impact was yet. The crew had been basically upside down looking at the surface. They knew we'd be landing along. Okay, the next thing we had was a massive communications problem. I almost waved off the first attempt at landing 3 times because the antenna was trying to look through a scupper, a piece of metal that had been installed underneath the thrusters at the Cape. But they never accommodated this in providing the pointing for those antennas as we're going down. What happened, the scuppers were put on because the flight test data and the lunar module LM3 mission and 9 indicated there was basically a burning abrasion of the skin of the spacecraft. Okay, 5 minutes, okay? I got 2 more minutes and then we'll get into the movie part of it, okay? But basically we had that coming up as a surprise. Massive communications problem. The one thing that darn near killed us, however, was we had a discrepancy that was noted on a previous mission and the interface between the computer and the rendezvous radar. Our computer, for those geeks here in the system, normally ran at about 85% CPU. This aberration now, this error in the interface, added another 13% CPU in what we call cycle steals. So now we're at 98% capacity in that computer. And as soon as the crew gets an alarm, they ask what it is, boom. We fall down to pure guidance, navigation, and control. This was probably one of the toughest calls because when my guidance officer is trying to make that decision, he is also trying to say, do we accept the landing radar we got? So he has to move quickly from one problem to another problem, use his back room to give me the answer to the landing radar while he works the computer. So it was a very interesting time. Basically, this was probably, I look at Apollo 11 as much more difficult than Apollo 13, because Apollo 13 we had time to think and work, and we had a team that we could bring to bear. But in Apollo 11, we had seconds for every decision we would make. Now, can we show the movie I got for the actual landing? Okay.
Position 2, all flight controllers, 20 seconds to go, no go for landing. Eagle, you're looking great. Okay, all flight controllers, go, no go for landing. Retro. Go. Fido. Go. Guidance. Go. Control. Go. Telcom. Go. GNC. Go. Ecom. Go. Surgeon. Go. Capcom, we're go for landing. Eagle, Houston, you're go for landing, over. Roger, understand, go for landing, 3,000 feet. Copy. Alarm. 1201. 1201. Roger, 1201 alarm. 1201 alarm. Same type, we're go, flight. Okay, we're go. Same type, we're go. Flight side right on, real good. Roger. 2,000 feet. Into the ag, 47 degrees. Roger. 47 degrees. How's our margin looking, Bob? It looks okay. We've got 4.5. Roger. Eagle looking great. Your go. Roger, 1202. We copy it. How you doing? 35 degrees. We look good here. Fine. Roger, how about you, Telcom? Go. Guidance, you happy? Go. Go. 700 feet, 21 down. 33 degrees. 100 feet down at 19. 540 feet down at 30, and at 15. Attitude hold. Okay, at hold. 300 feet down, 3.5. 47 forward. Put up. On 1.5 down. Happy shadow out there. 50 down at 2.5. 19 forward. Okay, Bob, I'll be standing by for your call out shortly. 3.5 down, 220 feet. 13 forward. 11 forward, coming down nicely, 200 feet. 4.5 down, 5.5 down. 160 feet, 6.5 down, 5.5 down. 9 forward. Low level? Low level. Good. 120 feet. 100 feet, 3.5 down, 9 forward. 5%. 185. Okay, 75 feet. Car's looking good, down a half.
60, Roger.
6 forward.
60 seconds.
60 seconds. Lights on. 40 feet down, 2.5. Picking up some dust. 30 feet, 2.5 down. Straight shadow.
Stand
4
left,
forward.
30.
At 4 forward, drifting to the right a little.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Forward, just contact light. Okay, engine stop. Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
That was interesting because you notice the communications discipline there, and that once we hit low level, no one was talking except the guy calling out seconds of fuel remaining. And we had a guy in the back room because we knew that once we hit low level, we had 120 seconds of fuel at a 30% throttle setting. And he had a stopwatch in each hand, looking at an analog trace of above and below 30%, trying to mentally give us the answer on how many seconds of fuel remaining we had. And we got good enough we could nail it within about 10 seconds. When we landed the moon, we thought we had 17 seconds. We were pretty close to about 30 at that time. But when you go down the moon the first time, that's calling it pretty close. The other thing was the go back into the computer program alarms. Neil Armstrong is a pilot. I don't know if you've seen him flying the lunar landing test vehicle, but when he punched out of that thing, he had rotated about 90 degrees in his ejections. He went out horizontally, had about 3 swings in a parachute before he hit the ground. Pilots, when they got a problem, first attention is to fly the airplane. And as soon as those program alarms started occurring, he knew he didn't have an ejection capability up there. If he had a problem, he'd be over in the abort guidance system. So he was flying that airplane. He should have been, when those first alarms came out, looking at his landing site and picking out, maneuvering the spacecraft using the landing point designator to find a place to land. At the time that he came down there, he was basically surrounded by basically in front of him there was basically a crater that was about as large around as a football field. And he had to make the decision, am I going to land short of or fly over? If he landed short of, he wasn't absolutely sure that maybe he had cleared anything that was behind him, so he decided to fly over. The other thing that was very interesting during this here is that during this entire flying around the surface, basically he was blowing the lunar dust. And I don't know how many of you have driven in a snowstorm down a road with the wind behind you. The snow's moving, so it's really hard to figure out what's going on. And basically he had to find a large boulder over there. He found one that was about 3 meters, and basically that's what he used to determine his reference. Somebody's going to ask me, would I like to do it again? Yeah, I'd like to do it again because we worked for 2 solid hours making sure it was safe to remain on the surface before we could join the rest of the world in celebration. So I'd like to do it one more time so we could join the world celebrating at the moment of landing. Okay, questions? That's enough, right? Okay, couple minutes.
So I got a question. Wow. I think
I think they're hungry.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Good afternoon, sir. This is Midshipman First Class Fresky from Penn State University, sir. So, with renewed interest in space exploration, sir, do you think nuclear thermal rockets will play a big part?
That's a good question. I think that the propulsion technology is going to be key. But whenever anybody asks me a question, based on my experience over about 40 years, it's going to be easier to build the rocket and spacecraft than it is to build the team, because the team is what will make missions happen. And when they talk about basically we're going to have the Artemis program, we're going to be launched in 2024, I say, Darren, better get building that team right now because you're already behind the power curve. And I think the workforce is the real key to success in any program. And we are blessed to have this marvelous space task group with the experience it brought in. I think today we don't have the broad experience base in the aerospace industry we once had. So you're going to have to rebuild leadership. I was talking up at the cruise committee. You got to establish a focus upon an objective. We have to get unity within our nation. We got a lot of things we got to do before we can move outward bound.
Thank you, sir.
One more question, if any. Yes, sir. You're up.
Hello, sir. I'm Cadet Weiner, mechanical engineering student at K-State, Kansas State. So my question to you is, if you had to pick one or two or a handful of traits that you think, are most valuable in an engineer, or a developer like that, what would you say?
That's an interesting question. It's one that my training team Darren near killed me on. It's learn to listen. Okay? And I was getting ahead of the training team, so I was getting ahead of the team and making some of the answers, coming up with the answers, and I really wasn't let them do the work because that's their job. And basically, they nailed me one day to the point where I executed an abort and I landed the crew in the Atlas Mountains. And that's an altitude higher than when the parachutes open. So if you notice in the Apollo 13 movie, I have a very long communications cord. I learned and developed the discipline to step away from data, and I'd start strolling back and forth. It looks like I'm praying. And I'm listening to my team, intense listening. When I'm ready, make a decision. I sit down, the team knows it, and we go off. But basically, you got to learn to use your people and listen to them. Okay?
Thank you. Appreciate all you've done. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lunchtime. Be back here at 1:30.
Very good, young man. How about that? I didn't even need my notes, I don't think.
Well, your notes are pretty... set.
Okay. Perfect. All right.
Both times I learned the hard way.
All right, I'll see you at the hotel.
We're back. Before we begin this afternoon's program, 2 housekeeping measures I need you all to listen to. First, clean up. By that I mean when you get up to leave, to go back to the hotel, look around your seats, make sure all the bottles and papers, everything's out of here. Clean up. Secondly, all your table assignments for tonight are on papers out in the hallway so you can see ahead of time. And the alternative, you can get to the banquet early and they'll be posted there as well. But it might do you some good to get a heads up. Things get a little crazy as people are checking into the banquet. Clean up and know where you're going to sit. Not too bad. Thank you all. It's my pleasure indeed to introduce now Mr. Ben Roberts from Knoxville, Tennessee, and a first class at the United States Air Force Academy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cadet First Class Ben Roberts from the Air Force Academy. And today I'll be introducing Steve Ritchie. Steve Ritchie is the only Air Force Academy fighter pilot ace, the only Air Force pilot ace in over 65 years, and the only American pilot ever to down 5 MiG-21s, enemy fighter airplanes. He flew over 800 hours of combat during 339 missions in Southeast Asia. He is the 1973 winner of the McKay Trophy for the most significant Air Force Mission of the Year and numerous other awards. Veteran Tributes ranks General Ritchie as the 5th most decorated living American of all time. He was a member of the 1963 Falcon Football, go Air Force, Gator Bowl team, and the Air Force Academy class of 1964. We now have a short video to further introduce our speaker.
Accomplished pilot, businessman, and motivational speaker. As a command pilot with more than 4,000 flying hours, including 800 in combat, General Ritchie is the first and only Air Force pilot ace since the Korean War, and the only American pilot in history to down 5 MiG-21s. Born in Reidsville, North Carolina, Steve Ritchie was an honor student and football standout as a high school quarterback. Ritchie entered the Air Force Academy in 1960, graduating in '64 with a BS in engineering science. While there, he was a football walk-on and made the team as a starting halfback for the Falcons, playing his final game in the 1963 Gator Bowl. Ritchie then entered pilot training at Laredo, Texas, and graduated first in his class. His initial assignment was at Eglin Air Force Base, Florida, flying F-104 starfighters. In 1968, Ritchie served as an F-4 aircraft commander at Da Nang Air Base, Vietnam, where he flew the first F-4 Fast Forward Air Controller mission in Vietnam. He was instrumental in the spread of the FAST FAC program throughout Southeast Asia. It proved to be one of the most successful operations of the entire conflict. In 1969, he completed the Air Force Top Gun Fighter Weapons School in the Phantom and became one of the youngest instructors in the history of the school. Ritchie volunteered for a second tour in Southeast Asia in 1972 and compiled an aviation record that will likely never be equaled. He shot down a MiG-21 on May 10th and another on May 31st. He downed 2 more MiG-21s on July 8th in a classic low-altitude dogfight that lasted 89 seconds. Steve was victorious again on August 28th while flying his 339th combat mission, making him the Air Force's first and only pilot ace since the Korean War, and the only American pilot in history to down 5 MiG-21s. At the urging of Senator Barry Goldwater, then Major Ritchie left active duty in April 1974 to run for U.S. House of Representatives from his home state of North Carolina. Thereafter, he worked as special assistant to Joseph Coors for the next 6 years and was promoted to lieutenant colonel while serving in the Colorado Air National Guard. Ritchie transferred to the Air Force Reserves in 1985, holding positions in the Pentagon. In 1994, he was promoted to Brigadier General and served as mobilization assistant to the Commander of Air Force Recruiting. In 1997, Ritchie flew an active-duty F-4E Phantom at the Air Force 50th Anniversary Show, and has flown the only privately owned Phantom more than 100 times at air shows and special events. He is currently the only pilot to be FAA type-rated in the F-104 Starfighter, more than 40 years after having flown the world's fastest low-altitude jet. Today, General Ritchie travels, speaking about aviation, national security, and America's free market system as president of Steve Ritchie Associates, Inc. Brigadier General Ritchie is one of the most decorated pilots in Air Force history, having been awarded the Air Force Cross, 4 Silver Stars, 10 Distinguished Flying Crosses, and 25 Air Medals.
Boy, that was good. My mother did a nice job on that film, don't you think? Let's see, I think I've got a shot of her here. There she goes. She would have believed every word of it. Now, Dad, who was in Patton's Third Army in World War II, I don't know about Dad. He might have had some questions. Ben, I want to thank you for not telling the score of that Air Force Carolina football game in the Gator Bowl of '63. No one here remembers it. I've been trying to forget it for, let's see, that was 28 December '63, so 03 would have been 40, 13 would have been 50, 18 would have been 55. So that's 55 years, 9 months, and 28 days, right? Is that right? Have any math majors in here? 55 years, 9 months, and 28 days. I've been trying to forget that darn thing. So like I say, I was a halfback at the Air Force Academy. This last game took place against one of my home state teams, University of North Carolina, and I just thought that'd be the greatest way in the world to end 11 years of organized football. Well, as tradition would have it, after the game, they gave us a watch. It had a little football and an alligator in the middle of it, and every time I looked at mine, it read 35-0. Sir, don't blame me for not laughing. Now, that was the score of the ball game. We didn't think it was too funny either. Now, that season was not a total loss. We don't have any Nebraska fans here that would admit it, do we? Big Red fans? You're not going to like this story. We, meaning this little Air Force team, traveled to Lincoln, Nebraska the fall of '63 about mid-October, and Nebraska was undefeated and nationally ranked. We were unranked. We didn't have a chance of being ranked. We outweighed over 50 pounds per person. We won that game in the last 2 minutes. Now think about it. To beat the Big Red in Lincoln when they're undefeated and in the top 10, we had to get out of town in a hurry. It's the only game Nebraska lost, '63 season. They beat Auburn in the Orange Bowl. They ended up number 5 in the nation. We denied them the national championship. Some people, yeah, there we go. Now, that season was not a total loss, once again, because we were able to whip up on Nebraska. But another reason I'm happy to be here is that in April of 1972, I really shouldn't have made it. On my very first mission over Hanoi, 16 April '72, there were 3 SAMs. Some of you know that's a surface-to-air missile about the size of a telephone pole. They were accelerated up at our airplanes at some 1,600, 2,000 miles an hour. They would proximity fuse, detonate, and be lethal, be deadly within about 200, 400 feet. And on my very first mission, 3 of them came within about 100 feet of my airplane. Failed to go off. Failed to go off, failed to detonate. Thank goodness for that Soviet quality control. Would you agree? But there were many other times, and really, had it not been for thousands and thousands of people in the entire military and civilian support community who were proud of their work, who performed it in a professional, outstanding manner, Steve Ritchie would not be a fighter ace, and I probably would not be alive. So as you can imagine, I'm pretty darn thankful, pretty grateful, feel very fortunate to receive so much of the credit that belongs to so many who helped make it all possible. You see, there are many fighter pilots who could have done what I did. But we had a unique opportunity in the air combat arena. And there were some reasons for our success at the time, given that opportunity. And of course, you know what they are: preparation, teamwork, discipline, dedication, education, training, communication, enthusiasm. Enthusiasm. It's after lunch, right? Attitude, 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 will, determination, and integrity. And surely most of you will agree that those are the elements, the ingredients, the keys that go into the makeup of what? Success, achievement, quality, excellence, top gun performance, in anything that we do, personal or professional. So in the final analysis, it's people in a wide array of support functions who are trained and motivated and ready and willing to do the job, who ultimately make it possible for us to win rather than to lose, to succeed rather than to fail, and sometimes to live rather than to die. And that gets to be pretty important, doesn't it? Let's see, Jim is not here, is he? Jim Roberts? Now, Jim was Navy. We've already played Navy this year. It didn't work out too well, right? Huh? But we've got Army coming up. So that should be a piece of cake, right? So I'm always teasing Jim. Jim's been running this program for 22 years. You know, this is the 22nd year. Did you know that? This program? Most of you weren't even born. So anyway, Jim, I'm always asking Jim. Jim, is the Navy a part of the Marines? Yeah. And but one of the Marines were telling me that they represent the men's department of the Navy. You've heard that one, right? Huh? Yeah. Yeah. I did have a chance to fly with one of these Marines. Where are you? Where are the Marines? Had a chance to fly with one of these Marines one time. We got some bad weather. We had to make an instrument approach into the field. We finally broke out under the weather. He tried to land on a runway that was 150 feet long and 10,000 feet wide. Who was it that didn't get that Gator Bowl joke? Anyway, can't see him now. Had a little trouble getting it stopped. And the great thing is the Marines believe they can do it, don't they? And our friends in the Navy do it every day as a matter of course, right? You know what? One of your Navy friends was telling me why you have to worry when a Marine throws a pin at you. Probably has a grenade in his mouth. And Craig, you said they weren't any fun. No, I'm teasing. General Patton said, we fight with machinery, but we win with people. We win with people. And I really am convinced that people can and will do great things. They'll reach for the stars when motivated by inspired leadership. And I'd like to tell you for just a few minutes about three of the great leaders that I had the wonderful privilege to fly with and work for. The wing commander at Udon, Thailand, 1972, was a young colonel named Charlie Gabriel. 10 years later, he was the chief of our Air Force. The vice wing commander was Jerry O'Malley. He became the vice chief. He was commander of Pacific Air Command, then commander of Tactical Air Command when he was tragically killed in an airplane accident in the spring of 1985. He would surely have been the chief. There was an Army one-star there with whom we worked. Began his career in the enlisted ranks of the Minnesota National Guard and became chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Jack Vesey. These three people, these three individuals had that, I don't know what you call it. I talk about it so much I don't know what to name it. It's that special quality, I guess, that inspires a desire for excellence in almost everyone who's around them. You know people like that? We'd have done almost anything for Charlie Gabriel, Jerry O'Malley, Jack Vesey. And I know a lot of people find this next statement hard to understand. Maybe some of you will. Maybe you know it to be true. I would have died for them. So would many of my colleagues. I think it's here. And some did. Some did. That's a pretty special brand of loyalty, isn't it? Because I'll tell you what, there are a lot of people I don't feel that way about. A whole lot of people. What is it? Have you thought about it very much? What is it that commands such loyalty? Well, a part of it is we admired them, we respected them, we loved them, we did. We'd have done almost anything for them. And yet, maybe more important than anything else, we knew that loyalty cut both ways. We knew when things really got tight, when we got into a jam, into a bind, we could count on them. Just as much as they knew they could count on us. That loyalty cut both ways. And it's so important for us to think about what is it in others that inspires us to do our best and to be our best. And then try to be that way for those who look to us for leadership and guidance and counsel and inspiration. It's kind of like the author who wrote, I love you not only for what you are, but for what I am when I'm around you. No, for what I am when I'm around you. Don't you see, we were better people when we were around Charlie Gabriel, Jerry O'Malley, Jack Vesey. We did a better job. We worked harder, communicated better, more creative, more productive. You know what else? We had a hell of a lot more fun. Because it is fun to work for people like that, isn't it? Those of us in leadership and management and supervisory positions have such important responsibilities because we have either a very positive, a very mediocre, or a very negative effect on people and the lives of people. That's what? Performance, productivity, creativity, communication. Bottom line, mission accomplishment. Bill Danforth, the founder of Ralston Purina, always used to challenge the people in his company to stand tall, to think tall, to smile tall, and to live tall. Aren't these the kind of people we have in the room here today? If not, aren't they the kind we want? Why? Because you're up. You're proud. You're happy. You're courteous. You communicate better. You like to work. I know it's a new concept in many quarters these days, isn't it? Unfortunately. You like to work. And that spirit is contagious. And the score for Vagabond King, Rudolph Frommel, wrote, give me 10 who are stout-hearted, and soon I'll give you 10,000 more. That spirit is contagious. Now, many ask about the 8th of July, 1972. when we were down 2 MiG-21s in a minute 29 seconds? Because it's such a great example of how all of the elements of the team effort come together to produce an incredible victory. I wish I had video or color film to show. Anyone see the movie Top Gun? Well, it was a lot like, well, part of what you saw in Top Gun. Maybe some of the ladies are thinking about Tom Cruise. Val Kilmer, Batman. No, Iceman. Well, he was good in Batman, too. Anyway, the last thing that happened that morning before the caskies is the crew chief came up the ladder to let me know we didn't have any film for the camera. Reggie Taylor. I said, what do you mean, Chief? There's no film. He said, well, to film, there's no film on base. I was an F4E model with a gun and a gun camera. There's a pointer there somewhere. All right. There's the gun. Most of the time I was in a D model. There we go, without a gun camera. So anyway, he said, well, to film, there's no film on base. I thought about it for a moment. I said, I guess that's okay. I doubt we'll see MiGs today anyway. See, we never know, do we? Another good lesson, isn't it? Because we never know what's just around the corner. We never know what's just over the horizon. And that's why it's so important to be as prepared as we can possibly be in every area in our lives. Because we never know and we need to be ready. And as I was talking with some of the cadets during the break, I think it's probably more important today than it's ever been. With the upset world in which we live, the challenges to freedom that we face, and the people all over the world who are yearning to be free, the challenges that they face. So you guys really have important work ahead of you. And there are a bunch of us who are proud to have gone before you and hopefully pave the way. There were certainly many that I've showed you a few that I looked up to so much that were helpful to me. But the whole point is, it never has been more important. Now let me spend just the last few minutes, and we get to the most important part, and tell you about the Locker rescue. Roger Locker was shot down on the 10th of May in 1972, and for 22 days there was no word. We carry survival radios right here in our survival vest, one on each side, lots of electric batteries. I think that picture's, there it is. I don't know why it's at the end. See the batteries, these extra batteries and radios. There are radios here and batteries. Because there's no way to make that rescue without the communication link. Proper communication is so important in every single thing that we do every day, all day long, isn't it? Think about the problems caused, the time, the money, the effort, the resources wasted on miscommunication. It's unbelievable. We went back in that afternoon and called on the radio. There was no answer. We went in for days thereafter. There was never any reply. We finally decided that he must have been killed or captured. Yet it never came out on a captured list that the North Vietnamese like to publish every few days. Well, 22 days later, we're flying in the same area that's breaking the radio chatter. You can imagine with 20 or 30 people all on the same frequency, all trying to talk at the same time. It does get a little busy, would you guess? And I've got a few seconds of tape to try to give you a feel for what it sounds like under those circumstances. Now, the problem is this tape is from over 40 years ago, but it's a copy of a copy, and this recorder is over 30 years old. So sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So if I touch it just right, maybe I can get it to work. And we'll give it a couple of tries here. Whoops. Are these not on? They are? All right. You couldn't understand that, right? So hopefully I'm going to be able to get that last part. The last part, this is T-ball on guard. Be advised we have blue bandits crossing into Laos at this time. They should be high altitude. All aircraft heads up. Blue bandit being a MiG-21. So I'm going to try to play that over and listen very carefully and see if you can hear some of the words. Got to touch it just right. There we go. Okay. Anyway, there's a break in the radio chatter. Call came over the air. Any Allied aircraft? This is Oyster 01 Bravo. I remember thinking, Oyster. We don't have an Oyster call sign today. Then we realized that's Roger Locker. We answered him. This is exactly what he said. He said, guys, I've been down here a long time. Any chance of picking me up? Pretty cool, huh? I don't believe I'd have been that cool after 22 days, do you? We said, you bet. You bet. Went back to our respective bases that afternoon, quickly planned a rescue mission. We came back in. He was 5 miles off the end of the runway at Yanbai Airfield. There it is, Yanbai. Right there, see it? Some 60 miles northwest of Hanoi. See a little airfield there? Five miles off the end of the runway at Yanbai Airfield. As I said, some 60 miles northwest of Hanoi. And then Captain Dale Stovall commanded the lead of 2 Jolly Green giant helicopters. And I'm always so proud to tell this story because Dale was a freshman when I was a senior at the Air Force Academy. Well, you guessed it. I had quite a bit to do with his summer training program his first year. Dale commanded the lead of these two Jolly Greens, came in. The PJ sent the jungle penetrator down through a heavy canopy of trees and snatched Roger Locker as he was about to be captured. Headed out, we flew cover for the 2 Jolly Greens, their C-130 refueling tankers as they made their way out of North Vietnam. Brought him all the way back to Udon, Thailand. General Vogt flew up in a T-39 from Saigon. It was the first of several hundred of us to meet him as he stepped off that chopper after 23 days. The flight surgeons, the doctors, the nurses, the medics, the chaplains quickly took him off to the hospital. But they did say he could come to the club that night. 1900 hours, 7 p.m. for 30 minutes, and the word spread. And the club was totally jam-packed. And at 7 p.m., Roger Locker, washed, fed, shaven, and dressed in a uniform that we used to call our party suit, walked in the front door. Applause broke out that lasted for over 20 minutes as he made his way through the crowd, shaking hands with friends. A magnificent experience of human emotion, an incredible victory, a total force joint rescue victory against all odds and no losses. And when we think about that and analyze it and compare it, say, to the theme of that movie, Platoon, which suggested that we shoot each other in the back, and then we come to fully understand the effort to which we will go, the resources we will commit, the risks that we will take to rescue one crew member, one American, one ally. Isn't it a very powerful statement about what kind of people we are? About the value that we place on life, on freedom, and on the individual. we got to find this because Roger Locker and I were members of a famous Air Force fighter squadron called the Triple Nickel, as I mentioned. He was rescued on the 2nd of June, 1972. He'd been down for 23 days. 23 years later to the day. 2nd of June of 95. Another member of the Triple Nickel, a generation later flying an F-16 out of Aviano, Italy. Captain Scott O'Grady was shot down over Bosnia. And of course, you know the rest of the story. Another total force joint rescue victory. And by the way, those young Marines that went in on the final leg of that joint service rescue effort to pick up Air Force Captain Scott O'Grady, average age, 19 years old. How about a round for the Marines? Don't do that very often. Minutes left. We'll probably take about 20. So, folks, bottom line, what we're talking about is the fight to be free, the never-ending struggle for people to be free. Mariana grew up in Romania under a brutal communist dictator for 20 years. Before her dad escaped and made it to America, and then later the communists said they were going to keep her mother and her sister, and they could rot under communism. But thanks to President Reagan and some other efforts, they were able to get out. And as a little girl, she dreamed of America and freedom and what it might be like to be free in the USA. And she's going to tell you about it. A little bit about it.
At first sight, I'm just a general's little wife. But beyond that, I am the oppressed that you rescued, America. And the American, the proud American who fights alongside you to keep our freedom from slipping through our fingers. I come from a communist Romania and a very oppressed Romania. We used to think that once we get to America, we're going to be safe forever. We wouldn't have never guessed that we have to fight the same enemy, socialism and communism, all over again here in the land of the free. Communists believed in spreading the wealth, take from the ones who worked, give to the poor. That paralyzed the economy. It does not work. Don't try it. Don't even think about it. It will save you a lot of heartache. Because those who work don't want to work when most of it gets taken away, given to the government. The poor didn't want to work because they were getting something for nothing. And that only lasted until they ran out of other people's money. And then everybody was equally poor. The first thing the communists did, they made guns illegal because unarmed people are so much easier to control and oppress. Knowing that my grandfather was a priest, we were threatened with all kinds of things for going to church as children. And we went just out of spite, and it was not courage. It was desperation. We wanted to provoke them. We wanted them to come, get us, kill us, get it done and over with. Because life without freedom was hell. We couldn't say Merry Christmas, we had to say Happy Holidays. No Christmas trees, but holiday trees. Socialist healthcare killed many. One of my first memories of as a child was holding the hand of a dying man who was a friend and a neighbor. And my grandma crying, saying there's nothing more we can do for him, just help him die. All he needed was a simple procedure, which here in America is an outpatient procedure. Over there, he was considered too old to even try and save. And he was only in his 60s. When I asked my grandma how old I was when that happened, she said I was 5 years old. And the look of death in his eyes is still haunting me. And I remember holding his hand and thinking how quickly it got cold and stiff. It's incredible. And I'm here to warn you. I'm living proof that you do not want the government in your life. The less government is in your life, the more freedom you have. You have the power. Don't give it away to somebody sitting in an office who doesn't even know you exist. You're just a number to them. They can't possibly just use your common sense. They cannot possibly take care of you as well as you would take care of yourself, given the freedom to do so. Everything was overregulated. If you wanted to move from one city to another, you needed permission from the government. If you wanted to have a landline, you needed permission from the government. To get married, you had to be approved. Through all that madness, I had to have something that would keep me going, that would kind of an escape. So I had the picture of the American flag that I cut out of a magazine foreign magazine smuggled into the country. And many times I would take it out and stare at it and dream of what it would be like to be free, to eat a hamburger. We had no hamburgers. What ketchup would taste like, or cheesecake. And I tried to imagine it to the smallest detail. And that made me feel better, helped me keep on going. And I made the mistake to take it to class, and somebody must have told, because the teacher came to me to take it away. I was able to hide it before it was taken away from me. And I did not surrender the American flag in spite of all the threats. I was going to die before I would have surrendered the flag, because I knew it was going to be destroyed. And I didn't care whether I lived or died, but I could not lose that hope. That's all I had that kept me going. And then, years later, we're in America, and guess what's on TV? Some Americans burn their own flag. Burn the American flag that I was going to die for. And that hurt me in places I never knew existed. I did not expect that. I expected the communists to be evil, and that was fine, that was normal, I could deal with that. But you see, the American flag means something to me. America means something to me. It's my safe haven. It's heaven on earth. If you can't find what you're looking for here, you're not going to find it anywhere in this world. If you want to try it, you have the wonderful freedom to do so. Go out there and try and find it. As a little girl, I did not dream of Prince Charming coming on a white horse to carry me off to his castle. Instinctively, I knew I needed a lot more than that. I needed an American fighter pilot. That would come, blow up everything in his path, and fly me to America in a fighter jet. And I'm the luckiest woman alive to spend the rest of my life taking care of him and loving him. So as you can see, we dreamed of American troops that would come to blow up everything. Blow up every board, every brick, every wall, until there was nothing left standing. because everything was so corrupt and the system was so evil, we didn't feel any of it was worth saving. And we would have been glad to die in the process. Because you see, the oppressed is the last one to judge the rescuers. You may go out there and be in combat one day. And I want you to know, you're not going to hear this on TV. They're not going to tell you this, because it's positive. The oppressed knows better than anyone in this world and understands that sometimes the rescuers have to do whatever they have to do in order to win. And it's okay. It's just life. It's just like surgery. Nobody likes surgery. But sometimes you just have to have it. And I want you to know that it's okay. Don't ever beat yourself up for doing whatever you have to do to stay alive and rescue people and win a fight. Because if you're going to go to war and fight for me, I don't want you to be in a fair fight, because I want you to win. And by the time we came to America, we were numb. We weren't dead, but we've never really been alive either. We died so many times that we didn't think would be possible to ever feel alive. And yet somehow, with the unconditional love of the American people, the understanding, the kindness, we slowly came to life. And now we have everything we've ever wanted and more, thanks to you, America. And when we came, we landed in JFK in New York. And but before we could land, we were circling. And I'll never forget seeing the New York skyline that I dreamt about so many times. The Statue of Liberty, the Twin Towers. It was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. And all of a sudden, the airplane is turning away, it's flying away. And I was so paranoid. I was afraid that the communists were capable of playing this mind game to bring us close to America, only to take us right back. And I panicked. I quickly unbuckled my seatbelt. I looked to the closest emergency exit door, trying to figure out how I can open it and jump before they can take me back. Luckily, I didn't have to do it, but I would rather be dead in America than ever live under oppression of any kind, but especially socialist, communist oppression. It is a lot worse than anyone can ever tell you. And they always, at the very beginning, in order to get you, they will tell you these wonderful things, how great it is to get something for nothing and to not work, and you get all this free stuff. But always think and read between the lines. Where does the government get the money to do that? From we, the people. It's always from us. There's no such thing as government-sponsored program. It's all taxpayers. Those are just words to fool you. So always think, read between the lines, and think for yourself. Don't listen to the TV. And I was born a warrior. I came out in shining armor. And in a hard, harsh world where we only learned to hate and fight, in America, I learned to forgive and love. And you have no idea how that changed my life in a wondrous way. It's very hard to carry so much hatred. New York was everything I ever wanted and imagined and more. The abundance was overwhelming. There was more pet food in the grocery stores than there was food in my hometown. And all that wealth did not make us bitter. We were glad to be a small part of a country that could make such wondrous things. And whenever I'm stuck in traffic, I feel so lucky because I look around and I think, that's wonderful. So many people can afford cars. Because my parents had to wait 10 years in line to get a car. And it was a horrible little communist-made car. It didn't have seat belts, no air conditioning, no, don't even talk about sunroof. No cup holders. And here, I was able to get a car within a few months, making minimum salary, which in 1986 was $3.25. I bought a 1-year-old red Nissan Sentra. And guess what? It had seat belts. I thought, wow, that's great. It had cup holders and air conditioning. And that's all standard here. It's just incredible how huge, if you can, travel as much as you can so you can appreciate what we have here. The level of living is so high that even the homeless have cars here. And in Europe, most of the middle class cannot afford cars because they're so expensive, they make so little money. And then the gas is outrageous. The price per gallon, you can't even dream. And then you hear about the Nordic countries, how wonderful their socialist healthcare is, don't you? You hear it all the time. And how college is free there. But what they're not telling you, again, is that the government takes the money, whether you go to college or not, it comes out of your salary. And it goes to pay for everybody's college. So the reality is that it's really not free college, is that everyone pays to college regardless whether they go to college or not. The same with, I spent too much time in Germany, and you have to pay for nursing home. You don't have a choice. It comes out of your salary, the government takes it out, and you get a fraction of the money you're making every month. So whenever you hear that the grass is greener in other countries, it's really not. Trust me on that. You can go find out for yourself. It's the best way. But you'd save yourself a lot of trouble if you just think of me. And I have to say something that, again, you're not going to hear on TV. Americans are the best. And you, being in the American military, you are the best of the best. And why am I saying that? Because you're the only ones who go out there and fight for other people's freedom. And you never ask for anything in return. You always leave. And leave the places better than they were before. And I'd like you to remind you and always remember how the American Revolution started. That's why it's good to know history. The American Revolution started by armed Americans who would not give up their guns and refuse to pay the outrageous high taxes. That DNA is in you. You've got it. Don't ever forget it. And that's very, very important. And now I'd like to put a face to the oppressed people from all over the world and say thank you. Thank you for everything you've done, you're doing, and you will be doing, not just for us here in America, but for the oppressed from all over the world. You are the best, and everything you do makes a huge difference. It makes the world a better place because Americans are in it. God bless you, and God bless America.
Each year, every time I hear that story, and I think all the time, in today's discourse, we're actually talking about socialism versus capitalism. How can we even be talking about that? It just completely blows me out. I had the unfortunate experience to stand at the wall, the Berlin Wall, and see people shot down in cold blood. Not because they were trying to escape to communism. It is now my pleasure, in fact honor, to introduce Colonel Bob Patrick, the U.S. Army retired. He is former director of the Veterans History Project at the Library of Congress. He was director of the National World War II Memorial Commission and directed the historic dedication of the World War II Memorial in 2004. He's a graduate of the Virginia Military Institute, VMI, and he will introduce to you a couple of folks that I've gotten to know, and you're going to hear some stories that I think will equally as move you. So, with no further ado, Colonel Patrick.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. I will tell you right up front, when I was asked to do this panel, I didn't know who Rick Ruskola was. And I did a little reference on this. And so just, you know ahead of time who we're talking about today. Colonel Rick Ruskola was an Englishman from Cornwall, a soldier in Rhodesia, a decorated Vietnam veteran, a playwright, a teacher, a singer, a romantic husband, a ballroom dancer, a film buff, a cancer survivor, and a security expert who on the last day of his life, September 11th, 2001, performed the heroic act of saving over 2,000 lives of people at the World Trade Center. Today we have three gentlemen who are going to talk about Colonel Ruskola from different aspects. First we have Mr. Joe Galloway on your left. Joe is a famed war correspondent who was in Vietnam in 1965. He co-authored the acclaimed book, We Were Soldiers Once and Young, I Drang, The Battle That Changed the War in Vietnam. Lieutenant Rick Ruskola was a platoon leader in the Battle of I Drang. Bill Van Scoya was employed by Morgan Stanley and was working in Tower 2 of the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001. He led the evacuation of 276 employees and witnessed the valor of Rick Ruskola. Bill McMahon, a regional director at Morgan Stanley, was working on the 69th floor of the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001. I would like to start with Mr. Galloway. Joe, could you give us a little bit of background on the Battle of I Drang and what you know about Lieutenant Rick Ruskola?
The I Drang battles, two of them, one right after the other, resulted in over 300 Americans killed in action, about 500 wounded. Turns out that the first major battle between American regulars and North Vietnamese regulars was the bloodiest battle of the entire 10-year war, and it happened in the very beginning. 1st Cavalry Division, Air Mobile, introducing helicopter warfare. The North Vietnamese sent regulars down in division strength, and they collided head-on in a very remote valley in the central highlands of Vietnam. And Colonel Hal Moore had his 1st Battalion, 7th U.S. Cavalry, took them into the valley, into a landing zone about the size of a football field. And promptly we were surrounded by 2 regiments of North Vietnamese regulars. Cliffhanger battle. On the first day, his Charlie company was virtually destroyed, 65% casualties in a matter of one afternoon. So he was calling for reinforcements, and B Company of the 2nd Battalion, 7th Cavalry was sent in. One of the platoon leaders was Lieutenant Rick Rescorla, big, burly, curly-headed Englishman from Cornwall, a real firecracker of an officer and a leader. He occupied this position that had been virtually overrun, immediately put his men to work deepening the foxholes, building firing steps, had them go out and stomp down the elephant grass and clear fields of fire, put out booby traps to alert them, because he was sure that there would be attacks coming, and so there were that night 3 separate battalion-size enemy attacks against that company's section of the line. 3 o'clock in the morning, waiting for that first attack. It's a very low point when you're on 100% alert. And he knew his guys were nervous, and he sang to them. He sang them the old British Army songs of the Zulu Wars. He sang Cornish mining tunes. He lent his men some of his own brave heart. And here came the attackers, 3 human wave attacks, all of them beaten off with very light friendly casualties, a few wounded, that was it. And they stopped the enemy dead in their tracks. Rick Rescorla received a Silver Star for his actions that night. When the fight was over on the 3rd day, the 1st Battalion, 7th Cavalry was pulled back, and Rescorla's company went with them back to the rear to get a cold beer and a hot shower and something to eat for the first time in a couple of days. And his battalion marched out of that clearing toward another one 3 miles away and walked straight into a fresh North Vietnamese battalion set up in a hasty L-shaped ambush. And this was in triple canopy jungle with chest-high elephant grass, and 155 American boys were killed in 6 hours' time in that fight. They were calling for help, and Rescorla's company and his platoon were sent in on a high-risk nighttime helicopter landing in a hot landing zone. And Rescorla came in and looked around. He shouted out to the rather stunned survivors of that afternoon of fighting, "They've got us surrounded, boys. Good, good, good. We can attack in any goddamn direction we want." This was Rick Rescorla then, and he didn't change much. He came back from Vietnam, took his American citizenship, went to Oklahoma University Law School, got a law degree, taught law for a while at a college in South Carolina, went to work for Morgan Stanley as a security director, and these gentlemen can tell you more about what he did there. So let me throw it off to you. But I would tell you Hal Moore, General Hal Moore, my best friend, captain in battle and co-author, said that Rick Rescorla was the finest infantry platoon leader he ever saw, and he was a pretty goddamn good one himself. So that tells you something.
Thanks, Joe. Bill, why don't you pick up the story?
Sure. He is pretty much what I remember with how Joe described him. But imagine he is this military individual trying to lead a bunch of civilians, okay, who at best may pay attention a little bit, but they got other things going on in their lives. So the reason I bring that up is I want to kind of start in 1993, prior to 2001, when the planes hit the building. So in 93 is when the first bomb went off in the building. They parked it down below, bomb goes off, okay, fills up the stairwells with smoke. The lights in the stairwells were all on the same grid as the entire building, so all the lights went out in the stairwell. So these people were walking down 70, 80, 90 flights of stairs, okay, to get out of there in the smoke and in the dark. And panic ensued, and it was a mess. Well, Rick Rescorla, the first thing he did was he got the building, the World Trade Center, to put the lights on a whole separate grid, fix the ventilation, because his biggest fear was that panic would ensue again if anything ever happened to that building. And by the way, Rick was convinced from the day I met him, which was actually in 1997, and I worked with him for about 4 years, he was convinced that that building was a target. And they weren't going to do it the same way the second time that they did the first time, but he wanted to make sure we were much more prepared this time. So what Rick had done was saved all our lives way before 9/11. There were about 2,600 of us in the building, and one of the things Rick had done was instill to us every single day that the primary objective you have is to get out of that building, period. There's going to be nobody to save you. There's no ladders that go high enough. There's no way that anybody's going to come up and get you. You have to get out yourself. And the one thing about Rick was he took it personally. Every single one of these people at our firm, he felt personally responsible for, because he was so convinced that there was going to be another attack on this building that he felt that he had the responsibility to make sure every single person got out of there safely. And that's all he focused on. You know, you kind of think about people who are head of security sometimes, and you sit there and go, well, they're worried about someone stealing a stapler and all that kind of stuff, right? That wasn't Rick. All Rick could think about, all Rick could talk to us about, was how do I prepare these civilians whose life is being on the phone all day long, who don't ever want to leave their desk, to get them to leave their desk on that day and get the hell out of the building. And that's all he ever talked about. And it's a little bit what Joe talked about in terms of him being able to see what was going to happen. He could see it in his mind's eye that this was a target, and it was just a matter of time. So we had evacuation drills probably once every 2 or 3 months, okay? And we had fire marshals on every floor, and we'd have to go through these kind of evacuation drills, and if we'd go to one of the stairwells, and if that stairwell was blocked, we had to know where the other stairwells were, and go through this over and over and over again, and we're all like, this guy's kind of crazy, okay? Making us do this stuff over and over and over again. But he wasn't. He knew exactly what was going to happen. And so for us, okay, on that day when it happened, all we thought about was getting out of the building. And so for me, I was down on the 44th floor at the time the second plane hit, and literally blew out all the elevator bays, and there was stuff falling on the ground, and people got knocked down, all that kind of stuff. But as soon as that stopped, you could hear Rick's bullhorn. Everybody stay calm. Just keep walking down the stairs. Just keep moving, right? And so for all of us at the time, that's kind of what we remember. And I'll tell you why it made a difference too, and in this preparedness. And I'm going to turn it over to Bill here in a second, because he has a story that I think will resonate with all of you. We trained about 250 to 300 people every month, approximately month and a half, in New York to become stockbrokers. So we'd fly in from all over the country, and in many cases, for most of these people, it's their very first time in New York City, and probably the very first time in the World Trade Center. And training was up on, I think, the 60th floor, is that right? 61st
61.
61st floor, okay? It's their second day, okay, in New York, okay? They hadn't been through any of this training. They didn't know what to do, but there was one person who had, and that was Bill. And Bill had been through it, and Bill knew exactly what to do. And that changed the lives of those 270 people who had never, ever been in that building before and had no idea what to do to get him out of that building safe because of what Rick Ruscola taught Bill what to do. So I'm going to turn it over to Bill.
Well, thanks, Bill. And good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure and honor to meet all of you. Everything Bill just said is so vivid in my memory, just hearing it again. And just remembering that day, and really how quickly things came to pass, and how quickly you had to be decisive and take action. It all was because of Rick's amazing ability to train and lead. My story in the Trade Center is, I had worked there only a year. Ironically enough, I had started September 11th of 2000. That was my first official day of working there. And I counted in my mind the other night, I think 4 or 5 different occasions where we would have really emergency drills and fire drills. And Rick was responsible for setting those up and coordinating them. And the story that I always remember, because it was so prevalent, every Morgan Stanley employee would tell it, was in '93, to what Bill was saying before, when the bombing took place, it took 2 hours to get down the stairwell because there was just so many people to put here and get them out in a timely fashion. And, I always thought that, and then going to the drills that Rick ran, first of all, when you heard Rick's voice, he immediately just had your attention. Some of the people that Bill were mentoring before that have limited attention span, well, I'm one of those civilians with a limited attention span. But when Rick Ruscola spoke, he immediately grabbed your attention. And everything that he said during these drills always stuck in the back of my mind, which is 2 hours, it took time, you've got to be quick, you've got to take decisive action, leave, take the stairwell, and get out quickly. You want to get out of the building. It just, you don't realize what you learn until, unfortunately, sometimes you have to put it into action and put it into place. So on that particular day, I'll never forget, coming in about 6:30 in the morning for a class that was supposed to start at 7:30, and I remember walking across the street that day from my apartment, which was directly across from there, and saying, what a beautiful day. It's going to be a great day, second day of training. I was so excited for the agenda that we had in place. And this class of 276 people reported directly to me, and I was going to make this an unforgettable and great experience for them. I was so excited. And, we had our first speaker come in. He actually, ironically, finished 15 minutes early, which was so important to us because after I'd put everybody on break, I remember a few minutes later, somebody comes running into me and they said, Bill, something happened in one of our rooms. There seems to be some type of explosion or something that happened in one of the adjacent buildings, and there's a crack in the window. So I said, let me go see this. So I went and I looked, and there was indeed a crack, in what was very thick glass and windows. And I could see a faint image of something that had happened in Building 1. And I go, all right, let me get back to the main room and try to regroup everybody that I have. Now, when I'd put people on break, some of them have decided to go downstairs. A lot of people just wanted to hang out, okay, and go to the room. So my job, at least in my mind, get everybody centered into one room and get them ready for the decision. And I remember we got back in there, and almost immediately I said to myself, once everybody was organized, I said, you know what, I don't know what's going on, and I have no idea, but I do know what I've learned thanks to the training that Rick and his team put in place. You know what, let's open up the stairwells and let's get everybody out of here. I think it makes a great, or it would be the right thing to do, because obviously you can always come back to a location, you can't always leave it. So for me, I said, let's do this. And remembering the 2 hours it took to get down the stairwell, I wanted to make sure we did this as quickly as possible. So we opened up the stairwell, sure enough, got everybody out, okay, and started evacuating. We get to about the 50th floor, and actually at that point, there was an announcement made to that Building 1 had been hit by an aircraft, and Building 2 is secure for now to go back to your desks. And I just remember, again, all the training that we had and all the evacuations drills, I said, I'm not going back. I said, let's just keep going down the stairs. And sure enough, maybe about 120 seconds after that announcement, we were hit by the plane. And the plane hit the building. And, when you were inside the Trade Center that day, okay, and you were in the stairwell, when the plane hit, it was almost like you were on a giant pendulum. And the pendulum just went from one direction to the other. You felt like you were going to fall out of the building. But the building took the impact, and we just continued to go down the stairwells. And I remember we got to about the 8th floor, which was the old observatory deck that we had there. And we were getting on the escalators, and I could hear Rick, because, again, you remembered his voice. And you just remembered what he sounded like, and I could hear him doing a lot of what you said, which was really telling people to continue to leave, get out of the building, and everything else. At one point, I think he was singing, okay, a song. I didn't know what it was, but he was singing something and just trying to keep people motivated and happy. And, once we got out of that building, I remember saying, wow, I don't know what's going on, but thank God at least we've gotten, I believe, everybody out from the floor. I remember having a group of people with me and going over to a police officer and saying, I've got this group of people I'm responsible for. What do I do? And the officer said, honestly, he goes, get out of downtown. He goes, we heard there's another plane coming. And I didn't know if that was the plane that crashed ultimately in Pennsylvania or the one that was headed to the Pentagon. I didn't know. But we took the group and we continued to walk. And I remember maybe being about 10, 12 minutes away from the building when you felt this loud rumble, or you really heard and felt this loud rumble. And the ground moved from underneath you, and you began to see that building come down. And it was really something that I still to this day could never even really explain to you what type of feeling that was. But I remember saying to myself, we've got all these folks in from out of town, and what would Rick do, okay, as the head of security? He would make sure that he followed through on his job. So I remember walking back to Midtown Manhattan and trying to organize all the people that we had that I was accountable for. And it took several days, but working with the hotels and working with the teams and everybody else, when I finally checked off the 276th name of the person in the one class that we were looking for, I felt incredible relief at that point, knowing that we were fortunate and lucky to have everybody out. But, I always think back, and now I look at my life, and Bill, you had said this point before, how many people were affected by loved ones that didn't get out of the building. And that's always going to be heartbreaking and something really difficult to think about for me. But then I think about the lives that were impacted by Rick and the training that he provided us and the wisdom that he imparted upon us to make the right decision when you needed to do so. And I thank him. As I look at my 5-month-old child today, okay, my second one, I thank him because he certainly impacted my life in a positive way and in a positive way for all the other folks that I was responsible for. So,
let me finish the story with Rick.
Right.
So this is Rick in his typical form. Okay, everybody got out of the building, at least that he could tell. And he said, I'm going to go in now and sweep every floor to make sure that we got everybody. Well, when he went back into that building is when the building collapsed. And that's when Rick died. So out of the 12 people that died, 10 of them were security guards who worked with Rick, which would make sense, right? Because he instilled with them the same bravery that he had. And these were kind of part-time guards, but they stayed with him, okay, in that building. And the two other were civilians. I knew them both, and both of them chose not to leave the building because, as Billy had said, the last time in the 93 bombing, had you waited 2 or 3 hours and let everybody get out, then you could have just walked down nice and casually and left the building. So they decided that they would wait for that to happen. So what Rick was going to do, I am sure, was go up to those floors, sweep the floors, and find them. And if he found them, grab him by the shirt collar, okay, and drag him out of the building. Well, I have no doubt that's what he would have done. But that's what he went in to do. So that's how it ended, with Rick going back one more time to make sure that he got everybody out of that building.
Bill, let me ask you, how long after the event did you learn about Rick?
I'm not quite sure what do you mean?
How long after the event did you learn that Rick did not survive?
Oh, that Rick didn't survive. Oh, we knew probably. So we went, we had a command center that was, so the World Trade Center is downtown. So it's right at the tip of Manhattan. And our command center was up in Midtown. So for me at the time, we got out, we got about 4 or 5 blocks away. To Billy's point, we heard the rumbling, went inside another building, 2 buildings go down. We come back out, and there must be this gray dust about this deep. And you're walking through the gray dust and all this stuff, kind of working your way up to Midtown. When we got up to Midtown, we'd already set up kind of our command center to try to figure out where everybody was. Well, the one person that you would need to help figure that out was Rick. And Rick wasn't there. And we couldn't get a hold of Rick. We didn't know where Rick was, right? And we came to find out, I don't know if it was later that day or the next day, that Rick actually went back into the building. But there was a real kind of just absence of him not being there. Because he was the guy that, through it all, would remain completely calm, okay, and say, this is what we're going to do, here's where we're going to go. We didn't have that. We didn't have him now, right? And so it was that kind of absence that you felt when we were at that command center and he wasn't there with that loud voice and telling us what we should be doing right now. So that's probably more, that's when we really started to first recognize that he wasn't there.
I knew that he was dead when I heard that the South Tower had collapsed, because I knew he was up there clearing those floors looking for his 10 security guards. They were his people. He was going to get them out if he could. That's just Rick. That's how he was going to operate. Sad, sad, sad to lose such a guy. But I will tell you, there's always the story behind the story. 3 years before 9/11, Rick Rescorla was diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer, and the doctor told him he only had 6 months to live. But Rick somehow knew he had another job to do. He had told some of us after that diagnosis that whatever happened, he did not want to die in a hospital bed or a nursing home bed with somebody changing his Pampers. That if there was any way possible, by God, he would go out better than that. And so he did. So he did.
Billy, I know there's been some effort to memorialize Rick. Can you speak to that, of some of the things that have happened?
Well, I know just recently we had discussed this on the way here. I remember watching the president address on 9/11 a group of people outside, and he had said that this year Rick Rescorla, from Morgan Stanley, will be honored with the Presidential Citizenship Award. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that's one of the highest, either first or second highest award that you could be awarded with in this country. And for me, I think, wow, I applaud the president for doing that. And I also think it's long overdue, that he's recognized, for exactly what he did.
And you said that's going to be on November
7th at the White House in the afternoon. I would add that a number of us tried our best to get him the Presidential Medal of Freedom when George Bush was in the White House. We had a petition going with 75,000 signatures, and we just couldn't make any headway against the goddamn politicians.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, me either. That's a new one.
Well, Joe, as a journalist, could you kind of sum up in your mind who Rick Rescorla was and what made him the person he was?
Rick Rescorla never changed. He was passionate. He was a leader. He was meant for combat. I have to tell you a story. He led a small patrol. He liked to do that before the Iadrang, and I don't know, he had maybe a dozen guys with him, and they're kind of sweeping a small village up in the mountains. And there's a hooch there, and Rick, leading the way, throws open the door and walks in, and sitting around the table are about 8 Viet Cong and North Vietnamese officers in the middle of a conference. And Rick, he just sort of says, "Excuse me," and backed out. And then they ran like hell down the mountain because there were a lot of bad guys after him. He was always looking for something to do, some trouble to get into. What can I say? Just, if you had him as your platoon leader, you're gonna survive. You're gonna make it. And if you die, by God, you'll die doing something big and bold and important. And that was Rick Rescorla. From his first days, he was in Rhodesia with the Territorials, and then he was a London bobby on the police force. And he looked around, and we had the only war going. So he gets on a plane and comes to America and enlists in the U.S. Army, and immediately is chosen as the best guy in basic and the best guy in advanced training, and then he's chosen to go to OCS, and he's the best guy in OCS. A real leader of men. What can I say?
Either of you have any last comments before we open up for questions and answers here?
Well, for us, it wasn't, it wasn't warfare for him, but it was life or death for him with us. And to show you how serious it was, we used to do, as I said, these evacuation drills. And so you imagine we'd have 60 or 70 people on one floor, all on the phones, all talking to people, and it's now time for the evacuation drill. So when you do an evacuation drill, you'd have 2 fire marshals. They'd have to wear a little red hat, and they had to wear their little kind of reflective, like vest thing, right? So you knew who they were. And then their job was to sweep the floor and get everybody to come to one of the 4 stairwells, because there's one on each quarter of the building that would take you downstairs. So in many cases, it would be one of the more junior people on the floor, right? And they'd go around and they'd try to get these people to get off the phone and go, and the people wouldn't pay attention to them and stuff. But your biggest fear was, here's what Rick would do. He'd come up on the floor, okay? And when he came up on the floor, by God, you better be off that phone, because he'll come in, he'll take the phone out of your hand and hang it up and grab you and take you to the stairwell, right? And you're like, this guy's crazy, right? But that's what he did. So he lived it every day. And it was just that force of personality, that Joe talks about, that for us was the person that saved our lives.
I echo everything Bill said. I think just in the few times that I interacted with Rick, I think pleasant man, but he was there to save your life. And exactly what Bill said is exactly what I could see him having done, which was, okay, I don't really care, okay, if you're happy with this or not. I'm here to save your life, and this is what I'm going to do. Yeah. And when I think about that, and I think about all of the lives, again, that he impacted in such a positive way, being that way and being who he was, he'll have my gratitude eternally. And I'm grateful that my path crossed with his, and he was the person that was the head of our security on that day, because he truly made a difference, not only in my life, but in so many other people's.
Thank you. We have some time for questions and answers. If anyone would like to ask a question, the 2 mics are here on the staircase.
Mics are on each end.
There's one person walking to the mic, I assume.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
My name is Wyatt Lothry. I'm from Kansas State University, so Little Apple, Manhattan, Kansas. So you guys are talking about 9/11. Honestly, our generation doesn't really even remember 9/11, let alone even know what 9/11 was when it happened. So you talk about a hero all the time, and you talk about a lot of his leadership characteristics. What leadership characteristics have you guys applied into your lives that has really helped you guys?
Well, I can tell you, I think this is my 24th year at Morgan Stanley, and 15 of them, or 16, I don't know, I'm probably dating myself now, but a lot of them were spent in management. And really what you learn, or what I think I've learned working with people, is clear communication is key. They taught us a long time ago in one of our management training courses, you can never really over-communicate to folks. So when you're in charge of something, make sure you have regular, clear communication. Make sure the message that you're delivering is consistent. And ironically enough, Morgan Stanley actually sent us to West Point recently, about 2 years ago, to spend time with a lot of folks on really leadership development and training. And one of what we learned, and I'm sure you all know this, I'm preaching to the choir, I learned something called the AAR, which is the After Action Review. When you implement a plan and you put it in place, looking back on it and seeing, after a finite period of time, what went right, what went wrong. To me, that's something I just recently adapted into my management style, and I just love it. Being clear, communicating, always thinking of what's in the best interest of the people that you have working for you, and putting a plan in place and executing it, and then looking back on it afterwards to see what you could have done better or worse.
Yeah, I'll just add to that real quick. It's a little bit, I kind of view it as the servant leader, right? And that's what Rick was. And it, to me, he would always be the last one to eat. He would be the last one to walk out of the building. He'd be the last one, because that's what leaders do. And, to Billy's point with communication, right? They won't care what you have to say as a leader unless they know how much you care as a leader.
Right.
Okay? And so, to me, I see too many leaders get caught up in this idea of the ego-ness of being a leader, right, versus really understanding that it's serving people. And that's, if there's one thing I took away from Rick, it was his belief in serving people. He was there to serve us, right? And he looked at that every day. So.
And I'll chime in and tell you that it's been my great good fortune in a very long life to go to and survive half a dozen of our wars and a few that didn't belong to us, but I went to anyway. And I got to go into battle, into war, standing alongside some of the finest combat leaders that we had in this country. Hal Moore as a battalion commander in the Iadrang Valley. Instinctive commander who was thinking ahead of the enemy commander by about 10 minutes. And I would watch him move a company into a gap 5 minutes before the enemy attacked that very quadrant of the perimeter. I went to the Persian Gulf War and ran into an old friend that I first met when he was a brand new major in the U.S. Army, a guy named H. Norman Schwarzkopf. And I spent a few days with him on the eve of the Gulf War. And he told me, he said, "Joe, I know you want to go with the 1st Cav, but they're in my Central Reserve, and they may not get a piece of this thing. It's going to be over with pretty quick." He said, "I'm going to send you to the division that has the most challenging and dangerous mission in my battle plan, and to the commander I have over here who is most like General Hal Moore." And he sent me off to the 24th Infantry Division Mechanized to make a 250-mile charge across the western Iraq desert under the command, and I was in the back pocket of a guy named Barry McCaffrey. And so I've gotten to see great combat leadership in action. And the other thing that goes along with that is timing is everything. On September 10th, 2001, 24 hours before 9/11, I was sworn into government service as a special consultant to General Colin Powell at the State Department, and I was standing in line at the badge office when they flew the plane into the Pentagon. And let me tell you, that next year was really interesting. So.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Good time for one more question. Do you have a question, ma'am?
It's such an honor to be here and listening to this. I was actually telling the story of Rick Riscola to the shuttle driver on my way over here and how he sang and the leadership that he got from Hal Moore, who always said, "Leave no soldier behind," and how he carried that forward. So from the aspect of being executives, when you look back on someone who affected you at this level, at this time in life, what is your story going forward in terms of leadership?
That's a great question. You know, I don't know that I can add a lot more to what I had said about being a servant leader. I mean, I look at my children now that, you know, and they were in grade school when 9/11 happened. And in our town, we lost about, I think, 19 or 20 people in the World Trade Center. And, you know, for me, what I like to be able to do is impart on my children kind of this story of Rick Riscola and the story of kind of how he viewed leadership and how he viewed, you know, just taking it all so personally, right? It was just personal to him. Every day it was personal to him. And I think that if I were to say, you know, the real true leaders are the people that take it personally, right? They really, really, truly care about every single person in their charge. And, I mean, to his core, that's who he was. And if I were to say to me as, you know, as a leader and the number of people I managed probably close to, I'm going to guess 8,000 or 9,000 people, okay, at the end. And it's hard to get to know every single one of them, right? That's a lot of time, okay? But at the end of the day, you still care about every single one of them. And you want to try to make a difference in their lives. And Rick made the ultimate difference in my life. Okay? I'm sitting here today because of what he did. Okay? So, you know, to me, it's just deeply caring for the people that you're responsible for.
Thanks, Bill.
Yeah.
We've got one more question over here. This will be our last question.
Don't remember in America on September 11 how united and loving and powerful it was in spite of everything. For example, I went to the grocery store crying and looked at everybody. Everybody was crying, and we instantly hugged, never said a word, don't know the names of the people. And do you have any stories like that just to show them how united we can be, how we can act as one and come together in spite of all our differences?
Well, I appreciate everything you said because I've been saying that ever since that day. And to me, I can never say, quite frankly, anything good came from September 11th because too many people lost too many loved ones and were impacted by it. But what I can say is something inspirational that's stayed with me since that day happened. And exactly what you said, which is, you know, people came together and it was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. And there was no thought of race, religion, or anything else that unfortunately divides us. You know, I think there's an old saying, you guys may know this, there's no atheists in a foxhole. Well, you know, on 9/11, okay, there were no differences in people. You know, everybody banded together. I remember going down the stairwell and really people who were having a difficult time getting down the stairwell. I remember helping a couple of people that were a little bit overweight, having a difficult time going down 61 flights of stairs. And I did not care what that person looked like or what their religion was or anything really about them other than looking at them and saying, that's another human being that needs my help right now. And I'm going to help them and make sure that happens. And I remember going back to the hotel to try to begin to formulate how I'm going to account for all of these people. And the folks at the hotel were so wonderful to me in setting me up in a command center and helping me out and taking a time away from their business day and not caring about it. So at that point, it wasn't about money or it wasn't about anything other than people need help on that day and are there. And real quick story just to end it. The hotel I stayed in, actually behind that hotel, there was a chapel. And the chapel had a firehouse with a chapel that was associated with it. So I remember coming out, it's about 1:30 in the morning on September 12th. And I had gone downstairs just to really get a breath of fresh air and try to compose myself. And I remember walking around and looking and seeing what was a fire truck that I imagined when it pulled out of the fire station was beautiful and brand new and red and looked unbelievable. And then looking at it and seeing it really crushed and compressed and covered in dust. And it turns out that particular firehouse, Father Michael Judge was the priest that was unfortunately killed by a falling body, okay, on 9/11. And that firehouse was really impacted by people that did not make it out alive. But I remember looking in the back of that fire truck and looking in the dust, and somebody had etched in God bless America. And that stayed with me my whole life because I said, America today, okay, really became united. And because of people like Rick and the sacrifices that they made, to me, that will stay with me for the rest of my days.
Let us all show our appreciation. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. What a great way to bring this segment of our conference to a close. A couple messages for you. First and foremost, I want to give you a lesson I got from Hal Moore. And I think Joe Galloway may recall this. Hal Moore, on one occasion, was at one of our conferences and shared some of his lessons of leadership. The one that has stuck with me and I hope sticks with you. He said, in the battle between your head and your heart, go with your gut. Your head will overthink it. Your heart will bleed for it. Your gut's who you are. And that's who you are when the chips are down and you have to make a decision. You got to go with who you are. And who we are. And you've heard for the last 2.5 days, starting on Thursday evening with the Wounded Warrior Experience, and now here we are Saturday afternoon. You've heard who a number of people are, what they brought to the party, what they mean to you. I urge you to do an AAR from this conference, an after-action report. What resonates with you? Make a couple of notes. Carry them with you. They will serve you well the rest of your life. So on behalf of the American Veterans Center, Jim Roberts and the team, I greatly appreciate you being here, participating, and I think you greatly appreciate what you have had the opportunity to experience. I remind you to pick up and clean up. I remind you to find where you're sitting. And I wish you, from the bottom of my heart, Godspeed.